All right. We are back live. We can fill this room again, and then we can play. We can play for really real. So, apologies to Devin for assuming that was the first one. Let me send out an invite to these other guys so they know. If you wanna. All right. If anybody wants to come on camera with us, feel free to swing on over to StreamYard. You can actually hop in as a guest, turn your thing on, and boom, away we go. We're going to be playing some games. This one's for keeps this time. We are going to be playing Drawful. We just got done with a test run of it. We got Tricky Nick is back, baby. That's right. Wesley Harris, loving my outfit. Wesley, I wanted to do a reverse you. You have a mustache or a beard that's going up. I figured I'd flip it upside down and just do the entire reverse structure of it. So I have the reverse Wesley Harris going on right now. You know what, Gary? It's okay being camera shy. You know, I am also very camera shy. Like I'm incredibly. No, I'm not at all. I don't even know what embarrassment feels like. I don't know. There's things I don't like. Like I was trying to figure out, like, have I ever been embarrassed? I don't think I ever have. There's been times I didn't like things, but I've never been like, I'm not even wearing pants right now. You understand what I'm telling you? You understand what I'm saying, Drake? I'm not even wearing pants right now. So no one was. If you look anything like William Shatner. Certainly. All right. That's right, Tom Bottoms. We got ourselves on Forbes, baby. I cannot believe we're on Forbes magazine. Well, it's not magazine. It's Forbes Online. Just as good, if in my opinion, even better, because who's actually reading a copy of that? All right, so let's get this thing going. First 8 players in. Can play. We're playing Drawful. This one's for keeps. Winner is going to pick a number 1 through 3. And then after, if they win, then I'm going to designate what those numbers are. And then you win. You can win yourself I knew in the game, All right, so let's get this thing going. Let's get it going. First come, first serve. First 8 in. All right. How do I do this thing? All right. So go to jackbox.tv on whatever device you got for yourself. Well, let's full screen this thingy. All right, so code is CDDD. Come on in. First 8 people get to play. We are playing for real this time. And then, Devin, I certainly hope that you can do just as well. Apologies. I wanted to give everybody an opportunity to understand how the game works. So you get it. All right, so you got to draw a picture of yourself. Hey! Lord Voltron always coming in with the good images. It's not even fair. All right, Tricky Nick, let's get your picture going. All right, playing for keeps, fellas and ladies, if there's any ladies in the room. Interesting statistics. High Noon Game is 85% of our audience is men, 15% women. Mostly of the age, average age is over 40 years old, so 35 to 54.
Looks like there are 8 of you. I'm impressed. I can never convince 7 people to come over to my house. Let's do this.
Well, we're tricking. We're at each other. We are adhering to social distancing.
Something weird, like Crime Dog or Snowpiercer. Draw a picture on your device that would have that title, and when you're done, hit send. And you'll get points for each player that can correctly guess your title. So just try your best. Great, all the pictures are in.
This is so ridiculous.
Now, use your device
that's
to type in what you
ridiculous.
think the title for this picture could have been. Or better yet,
All
something
right.
you think could trick the other players into thinking it's the title. You'll get points for every player that picks your answer.
Hey!
Hurry up, type in gibberish if you have to. All right, here are your choices. Now pick the title you think really inspired this drawing.
Hey!
Pick something. Here's everybody's picks.
Hey!
Cha-ching.
Nice. I'll take it.
Cha-ching.
All right, Devin. So if I happen to win, because if I win,
Cha-ching.
whoever's in second place then wins. I shouldn't even be playing. I really shouldn't be playing.
Cha-ching.
I like the game. I want to play anyways. Boo! All right. All right, with Electric Apple. We got Brendan in the lead. I'm in second. I missed who's in third.
And our next weird doodle. Type in your titles now.
Hey!
Here are your choices.
Hey!
Pick something. And here are your picks. Cha-ching. 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 No one got that one right.
Sal got it.
Yikes.
Sal got that right. I take comfort that we all equally kind of suck at this game. Tricky Nick in the lead. All right.
Next up. Hurry up, just type in anything you can think of. And here are your choices. Pick something. What did everybody pick? Okay, well, that was that.
Friend zone. Yeah, so we're playing. It's Drawful. Jackbox has all these games that you can play, and I knew we were going to be doing a bunch of. I knew I needed to fill 24 hours in a day, so I thought playing games
And now,
would be a good one.
this thing. Okay, here are your choices.
Hey!
Pick something. All right, who picked what? You're all wrong. Everybody's wrong.
Yeah.
That says they haven't gotten the invite to StreamYard.
Oh, I'll send it to them.
And now this.
Hey!
Oh, hurry up! Typing time is almost over.
Yeah. Reynolds, Jackbox was like, you don't know Jack was like in college was one of my favorite games. I couldn't get over how fun of a game show that was, like just on your computer screen.
Oh,
Hey!
pick something. And here are your picks. Cha-ching. 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 I might try to forget any of this ever happened. Type in a convincing title now.
Hey!
Oh,
Dropping stuff over here. You know what else I played a lot? Tony Hawk's Pro Skater.
hurry up! Type in gibberish if you have to.
GoldenEye. My college years was literally GoldenEye beer and random fornication with
And here are your choices.
semi-attractive women. Hey!
Hey.
All right.
Pick
That's
something.
That's shotgun Sean. Yeah, I did. Tony Hawk was awesome.
Here's everybody's picks. Oh, cha-ching. 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 Cha-ching.
Dude, I knew a guy that knew how to get people
learning
as
so
they
much about
spawned.
your
He memorized all the
weird
spawn
minds.
points on GoldenEye. Totally unfair. Look at Devin. Devin's pulling it off again.
And this one.
Hey! Sorry about the lack of audio there. We're good.
Now let's take a look at this one.
Hey!
Oh,
Tornado music. Yeah.
hurry up, people, type something in. Here are your choices. Pick something. Here's everybody's picks. We should make t-shirts out of some of these.
All right, who won that one? I'm sorry, I wasn't even looking. Who won? Lord Voltron. All right, sorry, I was typing away at a comment. Lord Voltron. I'm sorry, Devin. I know Devin's disappointed because Devin won the trial run, and then he missed out on this one. We're not doing Drawful again. Let me shut this off real quick. We're not doing Drawful again. And that right there. But Lord Voltron, if you could send an email to support@highnoongame.com, let us know you won. I want you, Lord Voltron. I don't know who you are. Who's Lord Voltron? Say something down here. Lord Voltron, I want you to pick a number 1 through 3. Don't assume it's in any particular order because I jumbled it up because I'm like that. And that number will represent which pledge tier that you're gonna win. And you also have to like my mustache, too. That's part of the deal. So you have to pick a number. The number will be associated with what prize you get. And then you got to like my mustache. All right. Bill, you are Lord Voltron. Look at you. Pick a number. Oh, I'm so happy Bill won this one. There's names like, we have a Facebook page, Facebook group. Bill, that number 3 is the Saddle Up pledge. So shoot us an email and at support@highnoongame.com. You'll get the Saddle Up pledge when we have this whole thing all ready to ship out. We'll ask for your address and all that other good stuff. If I support@highnoongame.com, SUPPORT@highnoongame. Just say you won. Let me know the prize, the Saddle Up prize, a little bit of honor system here. If I suspect cheaters, nobody gets anything. And then just say, let us know that you won the Saddle Up. We'll follow up with that this week, likely. If not even today, I don't even know. Well, today's out the question because I've been doing this all day. I've been doing this since 6 in the morning. We are going for a straight 24 hours. We're in the second half. We're going from 8 to 16 hours right now, so I still have the wind in me. Earlier, I did take a 20-minute nap while the boys were playing, so I'll probably have to do that again at some particular point. And then it is Cinco de Mayo, so half of me has an inkling of breaking out some margaritas. I'm not a big drinker. I only drink wine. When can we start playing? If you guys want to play another game, we can play another game. I mean, I'm down. This is your show. I'm just here to entertain you guys. You know, this is the song and dance of what I'm doing here with my 57.1 inch centimeter circumference of a head. But it is Cinco de Mayo. Everybody should be at home except for those that are in those essential industries. So thank you very much for doing that. Sinclair, how many cups of coffee did I have? I have not had a single cup of coffee. I don't drink coffee, oddly enough. It doesn't sit well with me. Like I drink it and then it I get the energy boost, but then I get the Hershey squirts from it. It doesn't go well through my intestinal tract. So therefore, I just don't like drinking it. And plus, I don't know. I don't want to get all into it. And plus, I do not like things that I could become addicted to. Right? Like, so caffeine is like an addictive thing where people wake up and we personify it as all these other things like oh, I'm angry till I have my morning cup of coffee. But what that is, that's addiction. That's addiction, right? That's no different than like somebody smoking a cigarette or whatever. I have no judgment of those that drink coffee. It's just one of those things that I just don't want to do for myself. So for me, I'm naturally, this is me on the reg. I have too much energy. Like, wait, I don't know where it comes from. I'm just ADHD, let's call it, Which high noon does drinking start? That's a good, Brian, that is a good question. I'm in the Midwest, so it's coming at 3:00 here. I'm more than fine. I mean, I think we're out. I think we got to go pick some up. We drank the last bits of the wine, I think last night. So we got to go run out and grab more. I used to be a heavy drinker. I was never an alcoholic or anything like that, but I used to be a super heavy drinker. Gentleman Jack was like my choice, Jack Daniels. But almost 3 years ago now, I was in Mexico for like a month, right? Just cruising, resorts, all that. Literally a straight month. And excuse me, I wasn't drinking enough water. Blood pressure went through the roof. I didn't know what was wrong with me. I clocked in at 200 over 120. That's like, if anybody knows anything about blood pressure, that's people die. You could die, at that particular juncture. So they took me into a hospital, which was scary because now I'm in a hospital in Mexico. But what was interesting about that was that everything was paid up front. Like, I felt comfortable knowing that like the ambulance guy was like, you're not getting off this ambulance until I get my $600 or whatever. Even the doctor at the resort, they were like, you ain't going anywhere until you pay me $300 or whatever, and then so I came back home, got anxiety from the whole thing, started taking anxiety medication and blood pressure medication to regulate myself and whatnot. None of it was working. Like, none of it was working. You know what ended up working? Dare I say marijuana. THC and CBD. I started that. I was like a 40-year-old guy starting to like smoke marijuana, and I'm like, this is the stupidest thing about ever. But it worked. It alleviated a lot of my symptoms. I don't take high blood pressure medication anymore. I don't take anxiety medication anymore. I meditate a lot. I eat really healthy. For the most part, not today. We ordered a pizza for today, but usually I eat favorably well. And that's a little bit about me. It's 5:00 somewhere. It is. I'm going to see if Becky, I'm gonna see if she can take over so I can go buy some, or I get out there and do that. Oh, Bill, you are the man. Hey, do you want to take over and so I can run to grab some wine and maybe a margarita, or did you want to do that? Yeah. All right. So to reintroduce ourselves, I'll talk about the team that we have. You know what? I think I have a picture. I'm going to show you guys our team, and then just talk about these guys so you guys can see all the people that we have behind us working on this thing. So let me pull this image up. I'm working on my iMac. My iMac forever has been slow, like forever. You pay like a lot of money for these things, and you think like, what's up with this thing? Turns out it only has 8 GB RAM on it, and then I needed to increase that, right? But you got it. It's like a thing. It's like a whole thing to do this. So it wasn't very appealing for me to want to do that anymore. So either way, so here's most of the team. So who we have here is we have in the top left, we have Dwight Cenac. He is the creator of High Noon. Now, this whole thing is essentially his brainchild. He came up with the game mechanics. He came up with the idea of the game. He came up with all the characters. My role in it, we are a company, so we are an official corporation, registered and licensed and all that other good stuff down in the good state of Florida. I am the named president of that company, and I'm also in charge of marketing. So if you see anything on Facebook, that's usually coming from me. Facebook, the page, our group, starting to dabble with the YouTube a little bit. I'm behind in the times, and that's okay. Like, I'm not doing anything on the TikToks and the Snapchats and whatnot, largely because our audience isn't there. When we were doing initial test studies, we found that our average age group was 35 to 54. So that's who we stuck with. And sure enough, you guys are all 35 to 54-year-old dudes. Some people are outside of that, but by far and large. And then there are 15% women as well that are of the same age range for the most part, which is just interesting. Just interesting how that all plays out. But it makes sense, right? Because like kids aren't really playing board games, and there's this huge resurgence of board games that are happening in the market. It's my generation that is reminiscent of these games, but we don't want these boring games. We want like fun and exciting games because we've just gone through like 15 years of like Nintendo and all that other good stuff, right? So you get all this stuff in your head. So games have become so advanced, so detailed, so much fun. It's like I'm really enjoying my re-entering into this game board phase. My favorite game board besides that of High Noon is Hero Quest. If anybody's ever played Hero Quest, I had that game when I was a teenager, young kid at my mom's house. Had it for decades. Had that game for decades. And then board games started getting popular again, and so I wanted to go get Hero Quest. So I went over to my mom's house, and the chick, she threw the game away. She was like, I didn't think you needed it. But yet she keeps like, you know what she kept? She kept my electronic typewriter. She throws away Hero Quest. She keeps, and she also threw away Battle Masters as well. Threw away Battle Masters. And then we got Devin. Devin's 19. He's got the whole family into board games. That's awesome stuff, dude. That is awesome stuff. So Battle Masters was from the same makers of Hero Quest. Battle Masters was a big game, and that game it was like a plastic. The board was not even a board. It was a plastic tarp that was probably 5 feet by 5 feet. It filled a big table. I always played it on the ground. Growing up, it was me and my sister. We had a brother when I was a little bit old. I had a brother when I turned 14. My mom decided to have another child. So but it was essentially just me and my sister at that time. She never played games with me. So as a kid, I solo played all these board games. I solo played Hero Quest. Which is, if you think about how Hero Quest works, I solo played Battle Masters. I solo played Monopoly. I did all these games where I was just by myself playing it because my ridiculous sister, who I love, by the way. My sister's awesome, but I'm going to call her an idiot with all love at that time. She never got into that stuff. You know what she'd do to me? We'd go outside and play in the snow, and then she'd be like, I'm going to go inside. And then she'd go inside and just leave me on the snow for like hours. And then after a while, I'd be like, is she coming back out? And then I'd go inside, and she'd be all having a cup of hot cocoa on the couch watching like some Christmas movie. And I'm like, what is this? You could have just told me to come back inside. Games that I play now, I've been opting now more for games that are online for the most part, right? Not like Facebook games or anything like that, but like Risk. You can play Risk. There is this game that's not technically a board game. They did make a board game, of it. I do see all of your comments. I mean, even though I'm not featuring all of these comments, I do see them all, guys. So just so you know that. There's this game that I love. I absolutely love. It's called XCOM. I played XCOM for the first time on PlayStation. I was 17 years old, maybe. It was a strategy style game that moved on grids, and you're fighting against aliens, obtaining their technology. But what was intriguing to me, it had very much like this board game feel to it. They have later since came out with the board game. The board game is nothing at all like how the game is actually played. You know what I mean? When they were going to redo it, they were going to remake that game as a first-person shooter. So they put all this money into making this first-player shooter, came up with the sample, showed it to everybody, and the audience was like, "Are you stupid? This is not what we want. We don't want a first-person shooter. We want XCOM." XCOM, like for instance, like Reynolds knows when I say XCOM, I'm not talking about like you don't think first person shooter. You think specifically about how that game is played. Like if I said it plays like XCOM, you would know what I'm talking about if you played XCOM, right? So they have then since created XCOM 2. Which has been great. Then they scrapped the whole first person thing, went back to the roots, and then they add a little bit more elements. So now it's a fun game. So I do play that. I'm disappointed in the board game. I did not buy the board game version of it, but when I saw it, it was very much high level, and it really needed to be more back into the skirmishes of it, while still allowing that high level type of organization and all that other stuff. So yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, XCOM's awesome. Part of what I want to do with this is, I want to be a game publisher. I mean, my background, so you guys are aware, I create products. That's what I've done. I sold on Amazon for years. I do really well in that space. I'm known pretty well, in that arena. And Hard West, I will check that out. So I'm very fluent in how products come to market and all that other stuff. So it got me thinking when we were doing this high noon thing, I was like, let's become game publishers, and I want to redo a lot of these. I want to redo Hero Quest. I want to either talk to the people that have the namesake of it, or just come up with their own rendition. If we can talk to the namesake people of it, we could bring that game back. I want to make a better version of the XCOM board game. I want to be able to do that where it's like, hey, this is the skirmish game that then has all that other stuff that's attached. I want to do these things, and High Noon is a really good entry point to be able to solidify on what it is that we're looking to accomplish. Look at these guys.
Okay, if you die,
like they're doing something. They're plotting. I think we're getting set up with another gameplay of random people out of Jacksonville. Do you know of any UK? We Devin. We're really good at distribution. So we're gonna just do distribution ourselves. The only time that we're not gonna handle the distribution is if we're in a position where we're going to say print like French copies or something like that, and then we'll have international distributors print the versions that are applicable for that. But other than that, it'll still be an English game with international instructions until those demands otherwise see fit. But I very much I see all these game stores that are being underserved by distributors, and they're just not getting enough love. So our vision of what we want to do is we want to be able to have a direct relationship with them where we can ship them their products directly to them, have that relationship with them, but at the same time, then come out to them. Host. We want to be able to host tournaments. Because there's this game has enough teeth to be able to have like actual. There's like actual. Access and Allies tournaments and risk tournaments and whatnot. We want to be able to do that and have a ladder-based system and hold like sanctioned tournaments at all these game stores across the country to give them love, give them all that other stuff, help them get acclimated to ordering online. We'll help them with drop. If people are ordering from their local store and that product's not in, we want to be able to facilitate it that they can still order that, they can get compensated for that, ship that directly to those people. So that's what we want to do. So I don't see any need of having a distributor at that point. The only distributor that I'd be interested in is the big box stores of like Walmart and Costco and stuff like that. A Wild West Hero Quest would be pretty cool. I mean, High Noon has a lot of reminiscence of Hero Quest, obviously with the miniatures and the gameplay and all that other stuff. But when we get into scenarios, we're going to be coming out. I don't want to say it's this year because there's a lot of development that we still have to do. But at least from now until next year, we're going to be coming out with solo play, co-op, RPG rules for this thing. So when you're getting into the co-op in the RPG, you're talking about scenario-based events and whatnot. And then that's going to get you more in line with like a Wild West type of Hero Quest where you're have an objective of robbing the train or something. There's a wide variety of, the sky's the limit on what we can do here. I mean, part of the thrill and joy of High Noon is the fact that it's very modular in design. So for somebody that just wants a traditional spaghetti Western type of game, you have that. You're going to be able to have that. I mean, that's flat out like what the first and for the most part the second tier encompass. But beyond that, for the people that are interested in like steampunk, people that are interested in the Weird West, people that like zombies, all that aliens, all that other stuff, we will be launching those expansions down the road, right? And some of them we might even catch depending on how many stretch goals that we're able to accomplish. I mean, if we're able to hit $2 million on this campaign, I know it's a lot of money, but if we're able to hit $2 million on that, we're going to be able to offer up all this stuff. I mean, we're going to be talking about almost 20 some posses with all these elements that you can put in the game, 3D imagery and all that other stuff. We're in talks with Game Trays to get custom designed game box and custom designed carrying cases for things like that. So we have a lot of plans for what we got to do here. So thank you for if you have hung out with us since 6 a.m. That is quite. Thank you for that level of dedication. I'm super appreciative of that. So anyways, as I was saying, is that High Noon is eventually going to be the game that suits whatever your needs are. So if you just want a quick fix and you just want to play it by yourself on a solo run, you have that opportunity. If you got two friends and or one friend that wants to play and it doesn't make sense to have a skirmish with each other, you got the co-op play and the RPG play, that's available for you. And then of course the full-fledged RPG. We also want to scale it back a little bit because High Noon is very dependent on these cards, right? So we want to get one that's minus the need for miniatures to actually play a travel-based card game as well. So you're just playing High Noon with these cards and still playing with the rounds and tracking gold and all that other good stuff in a very card-based format. In addition to that, we have 100% intentions of porting this game online, getting it on Steam, getting it into iOS and Android and all that other stuff so people can play it as a board game online. We're talking about VR implementation and whatnot. So to render it with Oculus, so then that way when you're playing on Oculus, it's doing its thing. If you're not seeing your name it's likely because you are in our Facebook group or potentially my personal page. Let me go to my personal page. I can change that right now, actually. But if you're in our group watching this, your name is not going to pop up. But it will pop up if you're on our page, if you're on Facebook, and and all that other good stuff. But let me I'll go in there and change that right now. Actually, what happens is that it's got to be a public. It has to be public. Okay, so if you're on my page now I should be able to see that. Yeah, we did look at Tabletopia, Sam. But the problem with Tabletopia. We didn't like the ruling systems for the most part. So we wanted to we needed I don't know. I think if we're going to go that route, we're going to create an independent platform for that, or use something more like Steam or something to that effect. I can increase my backing to all in at any time after it ends. So how this will work is you can take part in any particular pledge. Now, if you want to take advantage of getting the first day backer pledge in there, you're gonna want to at least pledge $1. You are able to upgrade that pledge at any time. Okay, if you only remain at $1, it goes without saying you're not gonna get the stand, right? Thank you for the $1. I appreciate your support and all that other stuff, but we would be losing money at that point, which is not the idea of. Like this is not the idea of Kickstarter. We can't lose money in this process, right? And Lord knows we've put in a lot already to get all this going. I forgot what I was saying though. Forgot what I was talking about. I got stuck on the games, the ports, the VR. Oh yeah, with the VR, so you can play around with it. Either I forgot where I was going, so I'm going to hit up with the rest of the team. Oh no, I was talking about the pledges. So the pledges will end on June 4th. Okay. And then at that point, we're going to get everything all tallied up on our end. And then on June 8th, we're going to send out surveys from Backer Kit. Okay. So when you get that survey, that's going to be your final checkout, so to speak, right? So that's going to be the thing where you can pick and choose everything that you want going for yourself. We're going to have some add-ons at that point. So because if we've unlocked, when we hit 100,000, they'll unlock Father Franklin and all that other stuff, and then you'll be able to do those add-ons. Same thing with if you want additional gold pieces or loot crates. If at 200,000 we unlock loot crates, and then you get 12 loot crates, and if you want more, you certainly can. So you can pick and choose that. You get a week to do that. So then I think it's June 15th. I want to say is when everything is then finalized, and then on the 18th, June 18th. Is when it's all finalized. So whatever is in your backer kit, that's what you're going to get charged. Shipping and tax is obviously not going to be paid by us. We don't have the money to do that. I'd love to be able to do that. But what we do have is we have a global shipper. As mentioned, we sell internationally right now. So working with Amazon has allowed us the opportunity to be able to have incredibly reduced shipping rates, shipping things individually across the country and across the world even. So we're talking about likely under $10 if you're in the United States, and at most under $35 if you're internationally. Now, of course, VAT and all that other stuff is subject to change for that. But we got some really affordable shipping options for individuals, and then that will be all preloaded as well in the backer kit. So. Just so you know, if you're thinking about doing any particular type of pledge, and some people have mentioned they don't have they're waiting for their next paycheck, or they're waiting for the stimulus check and whatever it is. One, I'll say that, make sure you're only spending money that you should be spending, right? But beyond that, you are not going to be charged for whatever you pledge today. You get charged on June 18th, right? So whatever you have an inkling that you think that you're going to do, you can go in there and get that squared away, right? So you can just pick the pledge that you want, and you're not locked into that. You can change it later. So if you think you're going to go all in, go all in. If you think that you're not and you just want to go at tier 1 and kind of see how things lay out, then do that too. I mean, I'm happy for any amount of support. Even the people that we've had consistently 30, 40 people on for hours with us, coming and going, doing this. And it's just, we have over 5,000, 6,000 likes on our Facebook page. We already have over 1,000 people in our group. We have an email list of over 23,000, I think it is, or something to that effect. And so we have a lot of support coming in here, and you guys all found each other through our advertising means, right? So that's why what's interesting about that is there, with most groups as they start to grow, there's usually conflict, right? Because you pit yourself with people that are just different of each other, and then they got their opinions and all that other stuff. But there's something about board games. More specifically, there's even something about the Wild West that just attracts a certain type of person that everybody has. They got the cojones. You know what I mean? They're not about the bullshit. If I'm allowed to say that, and it makes for a very fun environment where it's like I'm looking at these guys like Gene and Bill, Reynolds, like Graham. These are like guys I genuinely look forward to connecting with and playing with and just developing this community. And we are huge with that. Hey, I'm fine. Like I'm at Gary's talking about old farts. Let me tell you something, my friend. I'm at this really odd age. I'm turned 41 next month, and I have friends that are in their 60s. I have friends that are in their 20s, and it's super weird for me because I can relate with both sides. So in some regards, I feel like a very old man, and I talk about how I'm an old man. But then, like, I mentally feel like I'm 25. Like, so, but then I'm recognizing my body's like just hurts just a little bit more and all that other stuff because aging is just the stupidest thing ever. Yeah, we do. We definitely have a great team. We went into this to be huge. I got up an hour early to back at 7 a.m. I think I was back. Bill, I'm almost positive that you were the first backer. I can look that up, but I'm almost positive you were. All right. One upside. Yeah, man. All right. So let's talk about the rest of the team. So I talked enough about me. We got Rad Akawi. He's our VP of operations. Rad has an extensive background. He's been in China multiple times. He's worked on, with me. He's a partner with another business venture we have where he's been to China, worked with all these factories, knows the ins and the outs, knows the procedures, knows how to negotiate, does all that stuff. So he handles it all. He handles all the modeling of the finances. He's the one that is largely, because I'm always about having a good deal, right? So I was like, guys, let's get this thing down to $250. Let's do this at $90. And it's like, and Rad was like kind enough to remind me, that's all good and dandy, Sean, but that costs money. And it's like, if we're going to have a miniature-based game, it's not going to come cheap. You know what I mean? Because it is going to be high quality stuff that's going to last for a long period of time. And these miniatures, with the exception of like the background characters, like the Bandero, no, even them, everybody's almost the only ones that really look similar are the Banditos. They kind of have the same type of look, but everything else is very well. So what do you think about it? All those models and molds are all separate. Of each other, right? All these characters are all separate of each other. The board game, all these pieces, that cost just kept getting higher and higher and higher. So we needed to have a bigger volume and more volume and more volume to be able to drive that cost down. So yeah, the more that we can get this thing going, the bigger that we can get it, the more cost effective is this going to be. And I am 100% for sure going to be advocating then that once we exceed the cost of the initial modeling and all the other stuff that we need to be doing, the future artworks and things that we need to be doing, I would just as well, I'm fighting to have like free shipping and all that other stuff. Now, these are goals that I want to have. I can't just make it so because it has to financially make sense. I don't want to be the Kickstarter campaign that can't fulfill their promises because they run out of money or something like that. That ain't going to happen with us, Must be beer run time for you. I think I should get a. I don't drink beer, But you think I should go grab some? You think you can entertain these guys for 15 minutes?
Well, I don't know. I've been kind of
She's
watching
looking-
what they're doing over here. Are they?
They're,
trying to put something
they
together?
might be setting up here. Yeah. Let me keep talking about the team here. So we got Rad. So Rad handles all the operation stuff. I talk with Rad literally on a day-to-day, like every day, every single day for at least an hour. We're talking with the exception of Saturday, Friday evening. Rad is a Messianic Jew, so he honors Shabbat, and all that other good stuff. So we don't talk on Friday night to Saturday. But other than that, we're really we're steering the company. We have Becky Utek. That's this beautiful one right here. She's our VP of Creative Design. She's been working on graphic designs for
20 years.
Since the age of 3.
I'm 36. Nice try.
Since the age of 3, she's been doing that for the last 20 some years. And she's phenomenal at it. I mean, what you're looking here, she designed that. What's interesting there is she photoshopped all of our faces in that. So that's not this hat. Like, I wanted to look like that picture, so we made me look like that after the fact, right? She's also my partner in life too.
Oh,
so
hey.
this is the one I get to say I love. This is the one that gets that mustache ride, right?
I'm so lucky.
Look at that.
He's all mine, ladies.
Look at that one, right? So she's handling pretty much everything. That's right, man. Let's get these going, man. Sure. Like, just share this stuff.
Share it.
Share. Let everyone know. I mean, this is what you guys see here. This ain't going away. This isn't like we're just. I really genuinely want to build this community up. I want, part of the reason that I want people to back this isn't just because we have an awesome game, but we have an awesome group of developers that want to be with the people, right? I mean, I don't even screw this company posture. Oh, welcome to Hunt. No, man, we're real people that have a real company that's offering a real product to you guys, and that's where we're at. So yeah, I agree. Let's boost this thing up, man. Let's get this going. It's probably a little bit higher now. So let me take a gander, and then I'll go through the rest of the team here, because this isn't updating in real time. I'm doing this myself. But the biggest thing that you honestly could do for us, like all of you, like there's 289 people that have backed us already. The best thing that you could do is, if you backed us, share it with on your social media. Let them know. Invite them into the page. Invite them into the group. We're in there all the time. We have a whole month that we got to get this thing going. But as you guys know, the first few days are like the most important the important days, because that sets the stage for everything that we got going. So if we can at least get like $100,000-$200,000 today, I would be a very happy man.
Well, and stretch goals start at 100,000. So if we make it to 200,000 today, you get Father Franklin posse and the 12 loot crates.
Yeah. There will be add-ons. We haven't added them all yet. Some of the add-ons are contingent on our stretch goals. Other add-ons are just contingent on us finishing up the artwork, so we can just release what some of these other posses are going to be, so you can buy them individually, and all that other stuff. I think we'll hit it. I mean, our goal, I really would like to hit a $2 million campaign. That's my goal. I mean, we just landed on Forbes. I mean, that's got to mean something. That's got to mean something, because that's out there for quite some time. So going back through, so we got her. Becky designed the actual board itself. So when the box, let's see if I got here. Let me just pull this up. So when you look at this, so she designed that box, right? I mean, that's going
to be a cool box.
Just look at that box. Look at, remember who I knew any YouTubers out there with Ed Bassmaster with that? Would you look at that? Just look at that. Like, that's an amazing styled box. Really looking forward to seeing that in actual print. What What else did you work on?
This is what you're looking at right now is the all-in, what you get for the all-in chair.
Yeah, and she actually designed this entire thing. So she took all the assets and laid that out. So that's not a picture. That's this one in Photoshop.
That's 100% Photoshopped.
Excuse me, just laying all these pieces out there. It took her hours. I mean, it was, man. We should
have filmed it. We should have filmed and put together.
This was. I can't. I'm not even kidding, guys. This was one of the most difficult things that I've worked through in terms of projects, in terms of bringing something new to market, stepping into an arena that we weren't familiar with. I'm very well versed on Amazon. Kickstarter was its own new thing, but I have this problem. It's a good problem, but I have this problem where I never want to follow suit on what everybody else does, right? Everybody else wants a step-by-step, and I'm not about that. What I'm about is I'm about creating value for people. So one of the first things we did was can you take this patch off me? I had a CBD patch because I was stressing out yesterday. Yeah, I was itching. One of the first things that we talked about when we were getting into this is that let's not be the people that are going to tell individuals what they should have. Let's ask them. We have this game. It's 90% done. Let's get into the audience. So I went into different groups. I joined all these board game groups, and I started hanging out with people for almost a year, getting an understanding of how, what people wanted, what motivated them to get them going. There are some people that were upset because we have Native Americans that are in their game, and they were really upset with that. We had a lot of conversations, around that, and we made some changes to accommodate the reasonable arguments behind that. When we initially launched our pledge tiers, you guys came to us and were like, "It's not enough. We want more. We want a lot more." So then we went back to the drawing board, not the drawing board altogether. We're like, what else can we do to make this thing pop? Boom. Let's add some three-dimensional elements to this. These chips, we just had little paper chips. We're like, what happens if we made them into actual chips, plastic chips? All the gold that we're talking about, instead of like a little paper chip, what happens if we actually made a gold bar? And then we started doing that. We started sharing it, and people started liking it. So yes, we are not the most affordable game out there. We are not, but we are one of the most high quality games that you're going to be out there. And when you look at everything that you get with that, all of that stuff is associated with the cost. Without question, this could have been a very cost-effective game if we opted out of miniatures and instead went towards like meeples and cardboard standees and all that other stuff. But that stuff over time deteriorates. We wanted to be able to have something that could last for a long time. Like we talk about Hero Quest and stuff like that, where this is a game that has the quality to be able to last for decades and the replay factor to be able to last for ages, right? Where it's like, because you just can constantly mix and match and change however it is that you want to be able to get this thing done on, Let's finish up with the rest of the team, and I think we're going to hop into the game here.
Best box ever.
It is the best box ever. The Board Game Revolution. Oh, that's awesome that they gave us a shout out. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, you were probably in there seeing how everyone was getting mad about those the Native Americans and stuff like that. So I know we handled the conversation fairly well. Let's get back to the team here, and then we can get out of the oh, I picked the wrong one. Oh no, I got the right one. I'll get to that. No, yeah, it's the minis that make this game, Bill, for sure. So next in line, we have Jason Smith, Jason Smith. Jason is our data scientist. He's literally a data scientist. He works for a company down in Florida, and all they do is actuarial science for the most part, amongst other things. And if you're understanding of that, there's a lot of deep math. But he was the guy that mathematically crunched the availability to make sure that all of our posses were evenly matched, right? Because think back to, if you guys remember, like Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter and all that stuff, there really was no player better than the other. There were people that were able to play one character better. Like I always liked Sub-Zero. Like that was my dude. So I got used to it and I got good at that, but I couldn't do like Liu Kang real well and all these other ones because I wasn't really familiar with that. And I didn't have the dexterity that, Sub-Zero just worked well for me. And I always did like one move, like, or whatever he was always talking about. But anyways, so he's incremental in our team. He helped us do our modeling to make sure that we're going to be able to hit the certain numbers that we need to make. We have Angel. Angel has been with me and Becky now for probably 5 years now, maybe 4 years now. She's been working with us. She's one of our remote staff members. We brought her onto the High Noon team because she's phenomenal. Like even just earlier today, she helps out with the back support. She's going to be in charge of customer experience. So she's going to be the one that's going to be implementing programs and whatnot to get feedback from you guys to make sure that we're constantly improving. We want to know what you want. We want to know that. We might not take every suggestion, but we very much want to make sure that you have a game that you want to be able to play. So she's in charge of all that stuff. But like today, we were running into emails, man. My email server was stopped and it wasn't sending off the 25,000 emails that we needed to send out today. So I shot her a quick message while the other guys were talking, and then boom, behind the scenes, she's just phenomenal. We got Mikkel. Mikkel's one of our illustrators and concept designers. So when you're looking at all the various art, that's all coming from Mikkel. Same with Giovanni. I mean, these guys are all our artists from that standpoint. So when you're looking at, like, if you see the commercial that we made, that's more or less like a shoot up video that shows the intensity. I mean, that's the skill set of those two guys combined that was able to make that. We got Daniel as our 3D artist. He's the guy that's coming up with all the 3D renderings and all that other good stuff. We got some more comments here. I mean, I'll catch up with the comments here. Let me finish up with the team and all that other stuff. So Daniel's doing all the 3D modeling. I mean, obviously, every miniature that you see, that's coming from him. And then we have Patrick Beck. He's our 3D animator. That's the guy, when you're watching our video, he's the one that turned all of our two-dimensional items into three-dimensional, like when you see the gel cell moving around, when you see Colonel Rogers' gun moving around, when the table's moving and the pieces are moving, he handled all that. I have a little bit of skill with that stuff as well. So I took all those assets and the commercial that you see, I edited it. I brought in all the zoom and the jump cuts and all that other stuff because I have a little bit of a background. I've made over 200 very embarrassing videos on YouTube, and that those skill sets lasted with me over some time. So that's our team. There are some other people that kind of float in and out, within that scenario, but they're more or less on a needs basis, like our voiceover actors. We're not sure if we're going to stick with them, so we just hired them just to do the voiceovers and stuff like that, because we intend on creating a podcast for High Noon that's going to be an audio comic series, so to speak. So we're going to have all the music, all the Foley artists and stuff like that, all the voiceovers, just doing the High Noon story as we continue to flesh out this universe for everybody. Let me catch up with some of these. Yeah, okay, Juan, I do remember. I do remember. I do remember. Yeah, Bill, that's very true. And I'm telling you, we got this. See, the thing is with board games, with the computer game, you have the availability to you get to be wrong because you can always do a software update. You can't do that with a board game. If you're wrong on a board game, you have to come out with a whole new release and be able to get that all that fixed up. And that's something obviously that we didn't want to do. So having Jason on board, balancing that, huge thing for us. It's been Graham's got to go. All right, awesome. Well, I'm sure I'll be doing a lot more lives throughout the month. I have nothing to do, so I'll be on here a lot. The tournaments is going to be a phenomenal thing. We're going to have a whole site that's going to host that. So we're going to have leaderboards on who scores the most goals, the most wins. We're going to have ladder rankings and stuff like that. And then because we intend on having conferences, so we're going to have High Noon tournaments, invite people in, all that other good stuff. We're going to do this thing big, man. I think Los Hermanos with their swarming ability might be the broken one. I don't know about that. I play them very poorly. they're one of my favorites because I just like them hanging out in the bar. But I'm telling you, I would be curious. Here's what's interesting is well, obviously we're going to get a lot of feedback when you guys start playing this, because then you're going to be able to see how it's played itself. But before these games are even produced, we intend, after the post Kickstarter and stuff like that, we intend on traveling around and getting people an opportunity to be able to see this, because we want to be able to create the retail version at some point that we're likely going to offer early next year. Maybe we can get in time for Christmas. I don't know. I'd rather focus on getting the Kickstarter done by Christmas before we even think about retail. But I want to get this in the hands of people so they can keep playing it, so we can start improving it. But I think we nailed it. I'd be shocked if it wasn't all there. Hope when the kids wake me up early that I find the game is 200% funded. Man, I would love that. Yeah. Stuart, I'm with you. Let's just share. Let's just keep sharing and promoting. Getting this up there. We're at 57% right now. Let me update this real quick so you guys can share and all that. So we're at 48,000 now. We have 289 backers. That is amazing. That's amazing. Thank you guys. Like, it's just pretty cool. You have an idea and people just support it, and that's just a good feeling. Are you guys looking into miniature Buffalo Soldier characters? Yes. Yeah, don't worry if things have been covered. We're doing this for 24 hours. I have a full expectation that I have no expectation that every question is gonna be original. So yes, any concept that you can think of that is in relation to the Wild West, I promise you, we already have on the docket on our roadmap 50 different posses. So we're even gonna have because we're gonna have like freed slaves that are now like renegade and all, and they're gonna be the freemen, right? So we're gonna have all that stuff. We're gonna have a brothel of women that are just renegade. I mean, there's just so many different posses. If you want the weird stuff, we are gonna do like aliens and zombies and all that other stuff. I'm not so much into the weird stuff. I know a lot of people are. I'm gonna probably play it more in the traditional setup of like the spaghetti western type of thing, with the exception of maybe throwing in some steampunk, because that's pretty cool. Yeah. Because like Zork that's just an amazing concept of Zork. It's just like Tesla, how Tesla would have been if Tesla was in the world of High Noon. I play Eternal Fury and Makers Don't Listen, and we don't. Yeah, see, I don't like any like we're very much no ego, so. When you remove the ego, you're able to actually hear. You're selling a game to people, and for you to be able to sell a game to people, you need to be able to show them value, and that's it. That's how this all works. Like, so if you guys don't like us, that hurts us, And so obviously, you guys gotta love us. Love me, love her, love her. I love her. I love her. If I can love her, you can love her. Reminds me of a Battle of Santa Poco. How the amigos seem to be everywhere. This Bill. Fucking Bill guy, man.
Bill, you're awesome.
Oh man, yeah, 50 posses. You must have an American Civil War. Then maybe we'll probably do that on something like the tournament map. You got to remember, this is a loosely based. This is a fictional U.S. I'm going to catch up with some of these questions. I'm going to get back to these other guys.
Well, technically, Civil War actually already happened because Colonel Rogers was in that. He was Colonel in the Civil War.
Yeah, the bases are a little thick. Have you thought about thinning the bases? Yeah, so how this is working right now, what you're seeing is 3D printed. So when we're working with these manufacturers, we're going to be looking at the thickness, the different materials and whatnot. That's what we're going to spend all June on, is getting them to create for us a variety of different samples. So then that way we can figure out what ones we want. We did go from square to obviously circle, as that was pretty hot in demand. But yeah, we're open to a lot of things. Was the fact that the natives are your favorite catalyst for commenting heavily on the negative comments about them? No. When it came to people being outraged of the Native Americans, at no point, these guys are getting ready to, let me bring them into the shot so we can get the transition going on, and let me end just talking about that. I'm going to keep you guys on mute for just 1 second while I talk through this. But when it comes to people that are upset with us, they're at no point, at 0 point, have we ever just irrationally just angrily turned anybody away, or gave them the impression that you have this feeling, so screw you. As a matter of fact, if you can recall, Juan, I was very interested in having conversations with these people because when somebody's upset about something, there's a genuine concern and problem that they have. And so for me, I want to be able to solve all the reasonable problems that they have. And if they don't have any reasonable problems and there's anger to be angry, then I have to decide if that's even worth a problem for me to solve. But my interest in being able to comment with them is, one, it's not an argument if I'm talking to you and you're yelling at me. That's not an argument anymore. That's just you yelling at me and me, just talking to you from that standpoint. And plus, I wanted to make sure everything was all addressed, and we went from there. One final question, and we can turn it back over to Rad and Dwight. How could you have a Western game without Native American component? Removing them would be whitewashing history. Yeah, that's what's super interesting about that. That's literally the most logical thing, because we've had so much outrage in the initial days until we had this audience of you badass guys that just tackle this stuff for us. Now we don't have to say anything. You guys squash all of that stuff. But the irony of that is when somebody's asking for the removal or the change of authentic Native American culture, that is whitewashing, which is coincident coming from white guys as well. So that's interesting. So either way, Rad, Dwight, it's on you.
Yeah, Dwight and I did quite a bit of painstaking research because we wanted to be respectful. Obviously, in the Western genre, the First Peoples they're a thing. They existed back then, and we wanted to make sure that when it comes to dealing with Native Americans in our game, that we were very respectful of the feelings of anybody who could see us potentially as being insensitive. So we were very historically accurate in terms of the design of the characters. We had very well-researched source material on that because, like we said, we recognize that in our game they're a character, but they actually do correlate to a real people and a real group of humans that existed. Where there's feelings about it. We wanted to be respectful of those feelings and deal with it in a respectful way, and can have fun with it, not to be disrespectful or anything. But we had quite a bit of source material. We had quite a bit of discussions internally about how we were going to handle it. How we sought feedback from people in our group who are Native Americans, and wanted to bounce off them for a focus group just to see, hey, listen, is our handling of this, does it come across as respectful to you guys? And yeah, I mean, we, at the end of the day, there's a story here we're trying to tell, and it's not, we don't want to get sidetracked into, oh my gosh, you guys are, whatever. Do I get anything, make points to it?
It's a game, guys.
Yeah,
like, freaking A. Like, I mean, so when I'm looking at when I was creating these characters, I was looking at it more in a binary way. Like, I needed a group, a team of people that was strength in numbers, but had a little bit of team dynamics. I wanted a group that was more about tactics, like specifically about formations and things. I wanted a group that was easy to just pick up and play, just powerhouse play, or like very little to deal with, like mentally. You just play with these little pieces. And then I wanted a group that was something that you could specialize in. You could, this guy is specifically for this purpose, and this guy is specifically for this purpose. And it just made sense in the Western setting. It made sense that that I compartmentalized that particular squad in the Native American setting, because what I don't want to get lost in this whole thing is this is not the real universe. Right. So yeah, we did draw. We didn't just poo-poo on reality. We did look at things that were that really happened here. We looked at we took real source material, but there was no like, this is actually this particular tribe. And I mean, we've said along for a while that that the Makua is inspired by the Shawnee, and they are. I mean that tribe had something to do with it, but there were other tribes as well that we put into it. It has nothing to do with that though. At the end of the at the end of the day, there's a native. This is a Western. You can't have cowboys and Indians without Indians. Sorry, I got sidetracked. So, there's going to be another tribe as well, just so you know. So what we did was we took a bunch of tribes and put them into one. And that's why I think that's why there's a big disconnect, but people are looking at it and going, who's this based on? It's not based on any one thing. It's based on multiple things. We took a bunch of tribes and we put them into one. And then we took a bunch of other tribes and put them into another. We just haven't introduced that, but that's going to be their rival tribes. There's a lot of tribes in real life, but I don't have time to make that many tribes with that many different colors for the universe. At the end of the day, you got to simplify it to some degree. And really, all I really wanted was I wanted a posse that had somebody that was close in hand fighting, somebody who was a long range fighter, and somebody who was a good mix of a mixed bag. And it just made sense to use natives for that purpose. And I think the end result was a really amazing posse that's really fun to play. And at the end, the characters themselves, I feel, are compelling. I mean, they're not bad. They're not bad guys. One of them is very hot-headed and has his own approach, but they don't see themselves as villains. They're very sympathetic. In fact, so a lot of the ire came from people who these people didn't even dig into the storyline. Nobody ever asked, who is this character? What is their motivation? They just said, why is this character naked? It's that's such a surface level observation of the material that I don't beyond this I don't have much in the way of input about the subject.
So we've got a group of complete newbies who've never played High Noon before. Yeah, thank you, Reynolds. We've got a group of complete. Yeah, we've got a group of complete. Okay.
Let the comments roll in.
Wait, I want to read Bill's. Bill, I love your input so far. What would have been cool is a stealth tribe like Gene Stealers and Space Hulk. Blips on the map until you get line of sight on the blip, then you find out what it is.
Like a ninja?
Dude. This is awesome. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go to a completely naive group of people. And we want to kind of show that the game has low barriers to entry. We're probably going to have to explain some nuance a little bit because they haven't even read the instructions for, so this is a completely naive group of people. We're going to talk them through a gameplay. I want you guys to see that this game is actually pretty easy to approach. It's easy to play, even with people who have never been exposed to it before in their life. Okay?
Is that all right with you guys?
Yeah.
Oh, there they are. There come the cameras.
All right, we'll go through and introduce. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to go around the table. We'll introduce everybody, and then you can, first names, and then we'll go through, and you guys can see, what a completely naive group of people playing the core game of High Noon looks like. Okay.
And I'm going to see what's going on audio.
And I'm going to sit here and answer questions. That wasn't updated.
Just for clarity, now that you have kind of done around, when he comes over, just ask him any questions. Right. So what do we got, guys? Tell them where you're at.
Oh, Gary, don't sweat it. It's an easy game to play. Trust me. This.
You don't play. This is during the action.
Understood.
So this and just so you can see here. Let me take a different card from a different characters to show you how this works. So, all right. So here's the two types of cards that you're going to have in here. You have basic cards and special cards.
Actually, what Sean and I are going to do is we're going to pull me and Cotton here. are going to pull a dodgeball on the game. We're going to give commentary. We're in the next room, so we'll give commentary on the strategy that they're doing. From like a bird's eye view, if that's cool with everybody. All right.
Every basic card is going to have this.
So it's either going for the suicide attack there.
It's a bold move, Cotton. Let's see if it plays out.
Let's see how this works out for him.
Basically, just do simple math. This is an attack of 3. This is an defense of 1. So if this was used against itself, right? Somebody attacked with a 3, and this was played and had a 1 defense. How much damage would it do? Bam! Look at you. Dude, are you like a scientist or something? We are in the presence of greatness here. All right. This is a special card.
Come on, give me some comments so I can talk on it.
It's got like a picture on it. It's got some little description on it. And it says when to play it. So this says play when Davis is attacking. So when he's attacking, it is this card. That's the only time you can play.
Yes.
And that makes seem obvious.
I love that your picture is Shatner. That's what. You ever watch what was the name of the show? Boston Legal. Was it Boston Legal?
Yeah, Boston Legal.
Yeah.
Where he plays the senior attorney at the law firm. And they ended almost every episode with him drinking out of the porch with the junior attorney.
Yeah. So Bob Berry asks, is this basically just a skirmish game? At this iteration,
somebody's attacking with Davis McCad.
it is a skirmish game. I wouldn't say it's just a skirmish game. It's got quite a bit more nuance than what I would consider a strictly skirmish game.
Yeah, there's a lot more tactics involved in movement and strategy and how you're playing the cards. And then, of course, as you get into more and more expansion packs, you get into more and more depth. So we started introducing an economy. We started introducing elevation, things like that.
Look at your speed, and you do the number of speed. You don't have to do the max. That's your max. You can do up to that point or
There's a lot going on.
Does that make sense? Okay.
Oh, okay.
Then
That's why I'm
you go
saying
to
that.
actions and you play the cards. Does that answer the question? Okay.
I'm not sure I understand your question, Gary.
Why did this cut out? What is happening here?
So what's Sinclair Nancy Duncan Mercer asks, what's your favorite part of the game?
Taking Rad's entire posse out.
To be honest with you, I was trying to do something aggressive that would be, kind of exciting on that last playthrough, and I was murked completely by Jason and Dwight.
I need to fix an audio thing here because when they turned off that thing, I think it affected the HDMI. No. I wonder why. Whatever. Okay.
All right, Bill Sjolander says 40K started out as small squad-based conflict and blew up. Do you see this as an option? I asked earlier, but work called and I missed your answer. Well,
Yes.
yes, I mean absolutely.
Yeah.
That's
That's our plan.
that's what it is. Yeah,
That is entirely our plan.
that's where we want to go. Honestly, it's funny. We actually met the manufacturers when we were doing some research for potential manufacturers for the miniatures. We actually met and developed a relationship with a company that makes Games Workshop's minis and games. And so, yeah, we're aligned there, Bill.
Sorry if you thought that would be part of your strategy. Oh, you don't, yeah, you put it right there, that's fine. Yeah, you don't have to cover it.
So if she gets close to somebody with Colonel Rogers and wants to use this, it'll give her +4?
It's basically what she would do is she would use this in place of her attack card.
Okay.
So it's basically guaranteeing, this is a great,
having weapons on you is a great way to guarantee that you'll have an attack even if you don't have a card in your hand that is that character. So like if all your cards are Rough Rider cards in your hand and you don't have any of his, you can use this instead and attack the 4th. It's got a range of 10 and it has 6 shots. See those squares? Those are 6 shots. So as you use it, you'll take a blue chip and you'll put it into the use of what it is. And then that indicates once you do the final shot, then you throw the card away. This is the same thing. So when you want to equip this, you'll say, I'm going to take an action to equip it, put a blue chip on it, and then you equip it. Now this card, see, it has a defense on it, and it has 3 squares. So what happens is this can absorb, instead of him taking damage, you can say that will take the damage. And you can take up to 3 damage. Once it takes 3, it's gone. As long as you're wearing it, see that number? You add that to your defense. So when you go to defend, you add 1 to that defense. So you don't take any damage at all because the shield plus 1 is making your defense stronger than it otherwise would be. This guy.
Thanks. I've gained quite a bit of weight thanks to quarantine, so I appreciate you saying that. It's really helping boost my self-esteem.
You'd be like, I'm attacking you. And they have to defend.
It's all because of the mustache, I'm sure.
Mustache adds 20 pounds.
It's the mustache.
Then on your action, you attack again. Just like run up to somebody.
Yeah, that's right.
Or you can throw it 4 squares 1 time as a ranged attack.
Okay. Bill Sjolander says, was Games Workshop's first comment, charge more money and ignore your customer base? Bill, actually what they said was, we don't care what Bill says. No, I'm kidding. They were super cool. They're super awesome people. We like them a lot. They're top-notch manufacturing, top-notch quality control. Absolutely, in my opinion, the bar to meet when it comes to miniatures manufacture. So yeah, no, they didn't say anything like that. We dealt with the manufacturing company that actually makes it, but yeah, it was a neat experience. We were at the Hong Kong Toy Fair this year, so last year. It was definitely not this year. All right, Reynolds says, does that mean we might get some multi-part models later? Yes. Well, I mean, multi-part models, are you talking about actual minis? We have some multi-part stands that we're planning on releasing as a first day Kickstarter exclusive. But as far as multi-part models that you put together like characters, not at this time.
Oh, wait. Well, the rideables.
The rideables
are multi-part.
The rideables, yeah. The rideables are multi-part, correct. Models are going to be rubber and not hard plastic. What level of quality do you expect? What? Okay. All right, let's see. Hang on one second.
Yeah, I had some problems with it updating earlier. It wasn't.
It doesn't have to. It's fine. We can because we can always just refresh it.
Okay. Models are going to be rubber and not hard plastic? Question mark. What level of quality do you expect? Well, I'll deal with the second part of that question first. We absolutely want the highest quality miniatures that we can make. That being said, as far as the models being, I'm not sure. I don't think we're using rubber on these.
It's like a soft PVC.
Yeah, it's PVC. Yeah. I mean, we did that because we want to make sure that we don't have any.
He's talking about Zombicide has like a sort of pseudo rubber. It's like a hybrid.
Yeah.
And it makes it so, I guess it makes it so they don't break or whatever. How's that for an update?
Sweet. Oh, that's an update.
Great work.
We'll have to manually refresh it. It looks like
it's fine.
One of my really good friends is a Games Workshop junkie. So he's got an entire room in his house that's nothing but dedicated to nothing but 40K and pretty much everything else that game. I mean, they really nailed their value for him because he buys everything that they offer. Andrew,
Yes.
Yeah, Andrew Hansen asks, will the models hold up to painting? Absolutely.
Absolutely. We're playing actually the game that's going on right now is being played with models painted by Dwight. There are some. These are of course the prototypes still, so the actual production is more of round bases.
Yeah, but absolutely, that was one of the things we benchmarked, was to make sure that for people who like to paint miniatures, that we gave them that capability.
Yes. Yeah, somebody had asked earlier, we were fiddling around with some stuff, but they were asking if what was being played right now was the final version. This is a prototype, but it's very, very close to what the final version is going to look like. So there'll be a couple of minor changes. Like I said, we'll be moving from square to round bases in the final version, but this is,
Yeah, these are produced from the same masters we're going to use to manufacture the game. So functionally and visually, they'll be fairly
very, very close.
Very close.
Yeah.
Bill says, I don't want to talk about how much money the Games Workshop product is downstairs. I feel you, believe me.
Yeah.
My wife's trying to talk me into a less expensive habit, like, exotic cars. Robert Brooks says, did I miss the costume contest part? And on cue, Sean is about to blast on the scene with his
with his costume,
with his immaculate costume. Absolutely phenomenal. Facebook user, we love you. Yeah, we put our heart and soul into this game. Yeah, this is a family game made by a family. We put everything we have into this thing. We wanted to make sure that where it counts, that it's absolutely worth every penny we're asking.
Yeah.
And that it provides a lot of fun for your family and a lot of replayability for your family. And these characters start to really pop the more you play them. I can tell you, I've played it thousands of times at this point. So I feel like I know these characters, and that's a hallmark of a well-designed, characters, that you really start to vibe with who they are, and you start to think the way they do. We were playing a game earlier where I was getting wiped out, and I was thinking about what would the character do? What would these characters do in this situation? And I had to kind of like weigh that between what made sense tactically and what made sense, as far as the character was concerned. So yeah, we appreciate you. We're glad that came across. We're really happy to hear you say that, Facebook user. Bill, where are you? I want to come visit you, man. When this thing blows up, I want to come visit you.
I said that yesterday. Bill's in Pittsburgh. So I got friends.
Oh, awesome.
In Pittsburgh, and Pittsburgh is a beautiful city.
I got family in Pittsburgh.
It's very, very similar to Milwaukee, except they got just these beautiful mountains. So yeah, we got to definitely find a game store and a Wild West bar or something like that. Play this with Bill. That's 100% happening.
Daddy Louie, absolutely. We're in the process of getting these shipped out to everybody so they can review them. If you'll reach out to us at support@highnoon.com, we'll get your contact. Oh, you already did. Okay, so we'll go through that. We'll try to have a message out to you today. Bear with us. It's going to be kind of touch and go with this 24-hour launch. And I apologize we haven't gotten to you yet. Keep in mind, there's a lot of planning and effort that went into getting everything ready to go for.
Is this Geek Dad? Is Daddy Louie Geek Dad? Sorry.
No problem.
Well, hey, I'm the one doing all this crap. Hey, Daddy Louie. All right. So here's the deal. I had your kit. It was ready to go, sort of. And then we got two things happened. One of our other test kits came. We got feedback, pictures of how the test kit arrived to the reviewer, and the pieces were, oh, it's not you. Okay. Well, that's all right. Here's the problem. The way that we were shipping the kits out, they were arriving to the reviewers broken. So I put the kibosh on shipment until we could figure out a way to package them so they would not arrive broken. That's the last thing I want, is the reviewers and the influencers and people to get kits that the last thing I want is reviewers getting kits where the pieces are broken. The other thing was we found out that there was some misprints on the cards, and they weren't just typos, like they were massive game-breaking misprints. So we had to go through I had to reprint those, and these kits are created by hand right now. There's no manufacturer making these things. I'm literally over there cutting paper till like 4 in the morning getting these things ready. And unfortunately, we have a 24-hour launch party that we got to do. So kits will resume being shipped after today. Let us get through this launch party. And this goes out to all the reviewers out there that are waiting for your kits. We'll get them ready, but let us get through this today, and then we'll get right back on those shipments. All right, peace out.
It really is cutting all those cards by hand. Brad and I sit there and watch them for hours.
Yeah, yeah.
Look at that. We can get let's go.
Reynolds says, "Let me know when you do it. I will have work. Send me the pit."
Yeah. We get Reynolds. We get Bill going, dude. We'll have a good time with it. I'm down for it.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, Robert sent it through, man.
Yeah. Let's see it.
No, I did one shot and then you said it.
So you're saying you took that one for players? Rough Rider number 3? So this Rough Rider here? Oh, he's dead?
Rough Rider number 3 just bit the dust there, Rod.
I'm slowly but surely.
Oh yeah, the
Very worn his soul.
Yeah.
Somebody's getting aggressive over there in the early rounds.
Yeah, let me know how that works out. It didn't work out good for me last time.
Rest in peace, entire L4 band tribe.
Yeah, the entire L2. So my strategy last game was to jump out and try to just, if you saw, the deputy jumped out of the window to get to a loot crate.
His entire strategy was to jump into the hail of bullets that the sheriff was firing in defense of the deputy.
I was counting on taking the deputy out. And this is one of the things I love about High Noon. You have plans, and they don't always work out. So a lot of times you'll go through and you'll have hey, let me hang on a second. You'll have an outcome in mind, and it won't go your way. And you have to have some flexibility in the way that you create your action plans, because if they don't go that way, there's a good chance it's not going to go that way. And so I zigged when I should have zagged, and I was hoping I was going to have enough hit points to take Jason out. But instead what I did was deplete my card deck to the point where I was in the open and I couldn't defend myself when he brought the sheriff out the window. So when it comes to High Noon, what's interesting about the game is that there's a lot of planning that has to go into how you conduct your attacks, and they have to be fairly fluid, because every round, after the third round, every round you have to discard 3 cards. So no matter what your action plan was, it needs to survive your card turnover. And one of the things that is really great about that is that it keeps you on your toes. It rewards quick thinking. You have to have a plan, but it has to be sufficiently flexible that it can withstand somebody stuffing your attack, or your card turnover, removing your base of defense that you had in your card stock. So This will all become very clear, obviously, once you guys start playing it. And what's great is that we're going to be around to really continue to talk to you guys. We really want to play with you. You know, our goal is to play this game with you guys. We want you guys to, we want to see how you guys come up with the, how you guys play High Noon, and yours, you know, how you guys solve these problems. Yeah, exactly. That was a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pans out.
Okay.
Yeah, cool.
We're still going to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, we're going to Pittsburgh for sure.
Definitely.
Oh, hey, what if you guys? Yeah, exactly. Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. No plan survives the first shot. There's a lot of stuff like that. If you guys have a retailer that you guys deal with in Pittsburgh,
Allegiance, you said.
Yeah, Allegiance. So send them our way. You know, share this to this page. We'd love to support them directly once the game starts to ship. We're really big on brick and mortars. We recognize that brick and mortars are the lifeblood for the comics and game industry. So we want to support brick and mortars as much as possible. I recognize that we're doing an online distribution of a board game, but I'm making a joke about at the end of the day, it really is where we come together. So we want to support brick and mortar, you know, retail locations.
Yeah.
So much so that we'd like to start having a dialogue with them, so that, you know, once we get the tournament up and running, we want those to be the kind of hubs in the regions. So if you guys have local distributors that you guys, you know, game at, or you buy your games from, absolutely share the page to their page, get them involved. We'd love to talk to them.
Mm-hmm.
Your last name, Sjolander, is that Swedish or Norwegian? Please say Finnish. It's not.
They closed down the border to Finland, so there is no finish line.
Yeah, so funny. So Reynolds asked, are you guys looking to go in Origins Game Fair or Gen Con? We were actually scheduled to go to Gen Con. We have a really excellent PR firm that's handling some of our PR. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, with the pandemic, some of those things, in the interest of safety, until there's a solution for the pandemic fears, they've closed down some of those venues. So we put some of that on hold, but yes, absolutely, our action plan, the pandemic notwithstanding, was to go to Origins or Gen Con. Swedish.
All right.
So, but yeah, to answer your question, Reynolds, yeah, we were planning to do that. Obviously, we're going to defer to what they feel is safe. But when they open back up and when they're full-fledged. Oh, okay. So Nick's asking, sorry if you're having to repeat yourself, but how does the movement work? Okay.
No problem.
Don't even worry about it, man. We're on like 24 time zones. No sweat. We're going to talk about the same things all day.
Yeah, we've answered the question. Iceland, we might as well handle the West Coast.
No sweat.
No sweat.
To answer your question, though, if I'm going to answer it the way I understand it. If I haven't answered it correctly, please give me some follow-on information, and I'll do my best to answer it in a better way. What happens is that every character has a movement number, and you can move in any direction that you desire, and the number of squares that character has. You can move, you know, in line of sight straight ahead, and you can move. There are some cards that allow you additional movements if you play them during your turn. So, like for example, Colonel Rogers in the core game has a card called Tactical Advance. And what that allows him to do is, after he's done his movement phase, he can play that card as a free action and move an additional number of spaces. There's another card specifically for Colonel Rogers that says, press the enemy. So they can press the enemy as part. Colonel Rogers can play that card, and his men can move up to, I believe it's 3 squares.
Yeah.
So there's movement that happens as part of the phase, the turn phase. There's 3 phases in every turn. There's movement, there's action, and then there's drawing cards. You can move during the movement phase, and there's also card-driven movement that happens as part of playing certain special cards. If that answers your question, great. If not, let me know and I'll answer it in a better way.
The movement also works in a plus side, so forward, backwards, left, right.
You can make any right turns there as well.
Yes.
He attacks you, and you defend him with 5, then no.
Yes. Okay. So Bill Scholander asks, could you recap the themes, strengths, weaknesses of each posse released so far? Okay. In the core game, there's 4 posses, and they're pretty. Actually, I'm going to let Jason answer this because he's part of the top cycle designer for the posses. We wanted to make sure every posse could beat every other one, so I'm going to let him take this question.
So yeah, I'm going to kind of stick more in the general and not get into the details of every single card set here right now. But in the core version of the game, you've got 4 different posses. Every posse has a handful of just normal attack and defense cards, and normal and specialty cards too, which allow specialty attack or defense. So we also do some balance on the movements as well. So Elsu's War Tribe has the longest movements of anybody in the game. They can move 6 spaces just on their normal. Now, each character sheet also has a satchel where they can carry loot stuff in. So while the Native Americans while the Elsu's Warband can move faster, they can carry less. Within their attack and defense cards, they've got a fairly wide variety, but they tend to be much heavier on the attack side and weaker on the defense side. Colonel Benjamin Righteous Rogers and the Rough Riders, they're a team that's very much meant to be kept together. They have a lot of kind of like flanking moves, volley moves. They're a military unit that moves as one. So it does allow them, because they have to press the enemy and because they have the tactical advance, they can really screw up your strategy because you think you've got their movement figured out, and all of a sudden they throw you a huge curveball.
Yeah. So we just played the core game, all of us, and we had quite a bit of commentary on it. But what happens is that you have Righteous Rogers who are very regimented and formation based. It's almost like small unit tactics with Righteous Rogers. He has the ability to maneuver his men, put them in flanking positions, and withdraw them before you can react. They typically don't end a turn where they start off at the end of their movement phase, and that's because they have quite a few cards that basically allow them to outmaneuver the enemy as a group.
But they really have to be played together as a group. If you split them off, the Rough Riders themselves don't get a lot of hit points. So if you try to spin them off from Colonel Rogers, you lose that ability to do some of those tactical positions, and they'll get wiped out very quickly.
Another posse, so in the core game, we have the lawmen, Sheriff and Deputy Gates. And so the thing about the lawmen is that they're kind of like the gunfighters in the core game. They have quite a few hit points. They have quite a few special cards. The Sheriff did me dirty when I was trying to attack him because he has a card that allows him to counterattack. So there's a lot of modifiers with them. They're not a vanilla posse. They have quite a bit of unexpected reactions when you do certain things to them. But their weakness is that there's only 2 of them.
Yeah.
And so your card distribution for them, if you lose one,
you're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. They also need to kind of reinforce each other, because if you lose one of them, then you're going to have a lot of cards in your hand that don't do anything because that character is dead.
Yeah, in the prior game, I actually lost Deputy Gates pretty quickly in the game, and that's half your deck right there that all of a sudden becomes completely useless.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Sheriff has quite a few. He may not have as many organic heavy hit cards as Deputy Gates, but he has quite a few more tricks up his sleeve. It's kind of one of those things that says, youthful vigor will never overcome age and cunning.
Old age and treachery.
Old age and treachery. That's it.
Yeah.
So, Deputy Gates has a lot more hit points, attack points, but the Sheriff has quite a few more tricks up his sleeve. So he'll do things to you didn't see coming because you attacked him head on. And then there's the Leroy gang in the core game. The Leroy gang is is a similar analog, a lawless analog for Righteous Rogers. So they have the same number of characters. Plus one, yeah, because they're brothers.
You basically split the Colonel Benjamin character into two, Quentin and Leroy.
Right.
Sorry, Quentin and James.
Yeah,
because they're both Leroy.
Yeah. In the All-In pledge and the Pascagoula pledge, you're going to see this Montana Azul. You're going to see the
Los Hermanos.
That's Los Hermanos.
Yeah.
They're
another kind of analog to the Leroy gang.
Yeah, the Gunslingers will be in that pledge. And so, like I said, these characters all have similar expressions of a theme, and that is that they have some of them require a maneuver, some of them are bruisers, like the Jenkins brothers. The Jenkins brothers are bruisers. They're like they have a similar character to Kiia, who's a melee character.
Yeah.
So Kiia's strategy is really he has a ton of hit points, but he's got to get right up next to you.
Yeah.
And he can continuously attack. So if you allow him to maneuver to you, he will devastate you. That's how I took out, if you guys were seeing.
He did.
Yeah.
Yes, there is a Leroy and a Jenkins. There is a Leroy gang and a Jenkins gang.
Yeah. So what happens is that with that group, what happens is that with Kiia is that you have to be judicious about how you. Yes, that's exactly right, Bill. So Bill, sorry, let me stop. Bill asked, I was watching you play earlier, since the warband can only carry one thing, does this mean they don't use holsters, scopes, etc.? Yes, and in fact, Kiia is not able to carry anything. He's got 2 tomahawks in his hand. He can't carry anything. In fact, if you listen to so if you think about the character development, Kiia is, when Dwight talks about the character who's got a lot of hot temper, Kiia is the one that says, let's rush into battle. Let's smash these guys. I got 2 tomahawks. I want a piece of these guys. He's not the kind of guy that's like, hey, look, I found a masterful revolver.
Yeah. Having said that, Kayataka, one deadly thing that could be added to Kayataka is a scope. There's actually a loot called a telescopic scope, and it changes your range to infinite. Kayataka is already deadly at 20 squares, 20 range. But you get him on a big map, and he loots a telescopic scope, and he puts that thing on his rifle. He is deadly anywhere on the map. But it does mean that you're only taking one loot. So you just got to choose what that loot is, and you're generally going to choose that loot based on the kind of strategy that you're gonna pick for him.
So Bill's got another great question. It says, do the posses as a group all have the same number of hit points but spread out? So small posses are tanks and large posses are weaker.
There's an average. There is an average of hit points across the board. It's like, I think it's like 37, 35 or something. But yeah, there is an average, but it's not the same. There's a few other things that play into a factor. Like if you only have 2 people versus somebody who's got 5, there's a force multiplier. There's a force multiplier there. So the 2 people are gonna have more combined hit points than the others, just to offset the fact that they don't have as many actions. They can't attack as many. They can't dwindle down cards against the other players as much as the people who have multiple people.
And there are some balance with the card deck itself with the defense and attack. So
yeah, with one of the factors. Does Colonel Rogers require line of sight to issue orders?
No. No, he can call in orders from anywhere on the board.
Yeah, and that's another thing. We wanted to make sure that when we were, when you're looking at these posses, maneuverability is another factor. If the posse has the ability to outmaneuver others, then there's going to be a balance accommodation made as well.
Yeah, it does depend on the card though, on the order. So like Focus Fire does require line of sight because he's the one that does the initial attack. And it's like a 3 or whatever. So he has to attack the target, and then all the other characters can attack that target. But when you're talking about like press the enemy, he can issue that from anywhere on the board.
Yeah. So one thing with the Leroy gang too, the relationship between James and Quentin in some ways is analogous to the relationship between the sheriff and the deputy. Quentin's a little bit more the kind of wild child. Yeah, a little bit of Kayataka and Kia there too. So Quentin is kind of a loose cannon, and James is kind of more the sober-minded brother that kind of has to keep him reeled in.
Yeah, that's actually a great point. So another thing I was just explaining to these guys who are playing the game right now, it's really important when you're playing the Native Americans that you protect Kayataka, because Kayataka's job is to protect both Kia and Elsu. He has a card called My Brother, and I think if you guys watched the live play, you would. Yeah, no sweat, Bill. Come on, ask him up.
Yeah, keep going, man.
So there's a scenario where Kia, obviously, if he advances and attacks, he's at the end of that turn, he's left out in the cold. And so the balance for that, to speak about balance, is that what happens is that Kayataka can absorb, can intercept, he can attack anybody who attacks either Elsu or Kia.
Mm-hmm.
And what he does is not necessarily that he gets involved in it. What happens is that he only has to maneuver to line of sight. So because Kayataka has a range of 20, he can move outside of the range of most other posses and maneuver onto line of sight for people who are attacking his brother and erode their ability to attack by eating their defense cards.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of balancing going in. There's balance of movements, there's balance of what they can carry, there's balance in attacking, defense, and the depth. And then we also have to balance out against the loot crates.
Right.
Because the loot crates, we want loot crates to be game changers. We want characters to be able to offset weaknesses with those.
Right. And that's another thing is that, a lot of times when a posse completely changes, my strategy has changed multiple times mid-game, because a posse has, a character in the posse has gotten a buff that makes me not want to risk that buff coming out. So what happens is that those loot cards and those buffs and the looting drives the strategy, because, if somebody has like, for example, Senior had a double barrel revolver married with explosive rounds, right? That means that he's attacking on every other turn with 12. So that's not something that I care to withstand, because it literally would wipe out some of my lighter characters. So Bill asks, are the scenarios that are going to be, I think you're asking, are there going to be scenarios that are thematic?
Yeah.
Like in the video, one of Colonel Rogers' men is in the jail, so they have to bust him out.
Eventually down the road. Not right now in the Kickstarter, because there's a lot of development that has to go into that we're not finished with. But Dwight and I have talked about some thematic missions in some future expansion packs.
Yeah, and also the other thing is that we're, there's an entire story behind these guys. So, we have a story that informs all three of these pledge tiers. They're not just pledge tiers; they're actually stories. So there's a story that goes along with it. But to Jason's point, we wanted to get people introduced to the mechanics, let them understand and explore the mechanics, and before we we overlay that with these stories. But yes, you can literally make any scenario that you want. I'm sorry, I'm talking to my beautiful wife, who's just off camera and is very shy. Yeah, so yes. Actually, Dwight, you want to talk about this? Bill's asking, are you seeing this? Bill's asking about scenarios like rob the bank, stop the hang.
Somebody want to answer these questions with kids? Somebody want to coach the kids?
Here, I'll do this.
Yeah, kids.
You sit.
They're asking great questions. They're making great progress, but they're just understanding it's a full-time job. So yes, when it comes to like stuff like that, first we have to introduce the assets so that you can even do that. Rob the bank. I mean, technically in the core game, that's what's happening. The Leroy gang starts in the bank, and they go first at all times. They're always starting in a bank. That's their starting location. So it's implied that they are kind of the catalyst for the chaos in any kind of situation that they're in, because they're coming out of a bank where it's being robbed. But beyond that, there's other things that we want to introduce first before we go into, you know, specific mission style stuff. The one thing to consider is there's only 12 rounds in the game, and it doesn't make for a lot of freedom of movement. I mean, you're really not gonna go all over town in 12 rounds. So when you have things like, oh, do this, do that, like 12 rounds can go really quickly. You may not have time to do all that. So mission style stuff, we need to really dive into and see about, are those kind of scenarios that we're going to do without a timer.
Yeah. I really think those need to be more along the last posse standing type rules.
Yeah.
Not 12 rounds.
Yeah, we want to go ahead. There's so much that we want to introduce to the game before we do that. And trust me, like, okay, you don't need it. Like, I know people are like calling for it, but believe me, like, just play the game. You're gonna see you really don't need missions. We're gonna create them, but you don't need them. So let's flesh this game out. Let's flesh the universe out, and then we'll go to that. Now, what we are going to be doing, some posses are going to introduce specific styles of games, and those are going to speak to certain types of gamers. So there's a posse that is they're miners, and they're a mining posse, and their whole thing is they've got a dude who's a forger, and these people go and they mine. They get the characters in the posse can mine mineral deposits and harvest resources that they can take to the forger, and the forger can create items, you know, weapons and augments and you know, armor and things for them to make them stronger. And they're going to come with a map that's going to be a whole thing where all of the posses that you play, doesn't matter who you play, but all the posses can essentially do the same thing. And there is a specific objective in that map, in that arena style map. But and that's kind of to bring in the whole concept of different ways to play the game. But right now it's not at the forefront. We want to introduce posses right now. There was something before this. There's a question before Nick's, I think. What was it about?
I did not catch it. It went up and down pretty quickly.
Can we go back to that? What kind of area effect of weapons are there? So you can talk about Zorik, and I'll talk about the dynamite.
Cool. Yeah. So you got the base weapons in the game. You've got pistol rounds, rifle rounds, all that kind of stuff. With the expansion packs, we introduced a wide variety of new weapons. Miroslav Zorik, the mad scientist, he actually has these Zorik coils that he can place, and they basically use electricity to zap people. He also has an electrical gun himself. The cool thing about Zorik too is that he can actually use electricity for defense too. So he's got electrical shields that can keep people from attacking him for a round, and he can actually daisy chain together his Zorik coils to amplify and force multiply his attacks. He can also detonate his coils.
That's the area effect.
Yes.
So it's
explosives.
Yeah. Well, right.
Good segue. Dynamite.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So there's and I mean, should we forget the Mistmaker? I mean, there's a lot of area effect weapons and abilities that exist in the game.
Let's talk about the Abernathy posse.
Go ahead. Yeah.
My card deck. First one I designed. So, but there are a couple of area effect cards in the Abernathy posse because we wanted them to be an area disruptor. One of them is the Mistmaker. So when Nelson Abernathy drops a Mistmaker, it sets off for an area, a 7x7 area, where any Abernathy gang member in there cannot be attacked for 2 rounds. The other effect they have is the Burn 'em Out card, where they can set a building on fire, and for the next 2 rounds, anybody in that building takes damage. And it's like, that's really important if you've got somebody way in the back of the building that can't get out quickly.
Oh yeah, they're gonna take damage all turns, and you're getting gold every time they take damage. You get gold. So in the core game, there's two styles of area effect weapons. There's the dynamite that you can pull from the loot, and that does regressive damage at 5. It does a 5x5 area effect with regressive damage. So the first ring I think does like 4 damage, and then the next ring does 3, and then the other 2 do 1 damage each. And you have to then there's Elsu has a fire tipped arrow that he can shoot.
Poison tipped.
Well,
he's got the fire tip as well.
Right, the fire tip fires the area effect damage, and so what that does is he shoots this arrow at basically a block, an object of cover. It can be a little bush, or it can be the whole wagon in the center of town, or it can be a box or whatever, and it lights that whole area, that whole piece of cover on fire, and everybody around it, on squares adjacent to it, will take 1 point of damage for 3 turns. Like there's 3 turns that thing is on fire. So that's the area effect there. In Pascagoula Ridge, we introduced the Los Hermanos, and they have bottle bombs. They have little tequila bombs that they throw, and those do an area effect damage of like a 3x3. And the bushwhackers can actually detonate the loot crates. So loot crates can either, after you loot a crate, it's not worthless. I was just explaining to the kids that were playing. You can actually hide behind the loot crate and use it as cover. Well, the bushwhackers can blow that thing up, and it essentially acts as dynamite. It does an area effect damage, and it basically removes the crate from the board. So that's really big for the bushwhackers. Like if you got characters that are running up to loot to get to it, and you've got a player that's like spent a whole strategy is like, I'm going to use my movement on this turn to move my guys into these areas. A bushwhacker could be like, okay, you're heading that direction, that thing's gone, and they can blow up the loot crate. Now the loot crate is gone. Whether or not they take damage is irrelevant. They just lost a whole strategy of going after, now that movement's gone, and now that maybe they're stuck in the middle of the battlefield with nowhere to go and nowhere to hide. So that's another area effect, and that's in the Pascagoula Ridge. And then you've got and then we bring in Zorik, we bring in Abernathy. I'm trying to think of anybody. We will have, so Rogers, we're going to be bringing in a regiment, a group, another posse for Righteous Rogers, and it's his artillery sergeant. And his artillery sergeant will have the ability to call cannon fire. There's no cannon on the board, but he can call the cannons to fire in an area. And it's going to destroy that area. It's going to be a permanent effect on the board. We're still working out how that will work in terms of assets. And that'll be like simple to deal with, but it's going to be an area effect blast that'll deal damage and then basically wipe out stuff. And it could potentially wipe out entire like buildings even. So that's going to be pretty exciting. There you go.
We'll see you, Neil Edwards. Thanks for the support.
Thank you, Neil, for pledging the buckaroo. So there was a question. Okay, I'm missing some great stuff. My daughter is all over me. Have you guys gone through each posse to show what advantages each has? Noticed some only have 2 characters while others have more.
We kind of did, but we got a little sidetracked in just talking about the posses in general. So do you want to give a quick general overview?
Yeah, general overview is the posse breakdown is there's a posse of 2, a posse of 3, a posse of 4, and a posse of 5. And each one has predictable strengths and weaknesses to that. So the posse of 2, there's just 2 of them, so they're super powerful, but there's just 2 of them. So they only have 2 actions. That's the most that they'll ever have. So that's very important when you want to whittle away at somebody else's cards. You're only going to be able to essentially make 2 attacks in any given time. So the posse of 2, it's on them to use the rest of to make sure that the rest of the teams are firing away at each other, and then choose players who don't have a lot of cards in their hand, so that they know that, okay, chances are that person's not going to be able to defend against what I'm about to throw at them. The posse of 3 is the specialist. That's the Maquis. Their strength is that they're specialists. They're very good at the things that they're meant to do. The Berserker is very good at taking damage and dealing damage. The Sniper is very good at his, dealing damage from a range and covering his buddies and making sure everybody's protected. The leader is very good at being a leader, at buffing his people and doing various special attacks. Having said that, the guy who's really good at dealing damage, he's got to be right up on the people. So he's going to be taking hits all the way to them. So he's got to be very careful in his approach. The Sniper is not made of hit points. So if he gets caught in a bad situation, he can be gone like that. That's what happened in the game that we played. The Commando, he's not made of hit points. He doesn't have a lot of cards for him to play with. So if he's alone, if he's caught alone, he can be in a bad situation. So these guys have to coordinate. That's their weakness. Their weakness is their strength. They're very good when coordinated, and they're very weak when they're not coordinated well. The team of 4 that's going to be your baseline. That is your right down the middle posse. They're really good to working together. The characters have a nice even distribution of attack and defense cards, and they have their abilities basically have them all working together, flanking, maneuvering, and stuff. Their weakness is they're vanilla. Like they're neither a lot of guys nor are they a few guys. If you try to split them up, they will get ripped apart. They are designed to be in formation. The Leroy gang is their strength is their numbers. There's 5 of them. They outnumber everybody. They're the biggest posse in the core game.
But there's not a lot of hit points.
Not a lot of hit points amongst them.
Very quickly.
Very quickly. Now they do have some cards to keep them alive.
Yeah.
But you can't throw them out there, they can die pretty quick.
And Quentin and James kind of, in a lot of ways, they're kind of like the sheriff and the deputy. They're really better when you play them together.
Yeah. There's even cards that call for them to be close together in order to really take advantage of their strengths. They're like a watered down deputy and sheriff. Yeah. They're good working together, but they're not these big tanks like the deputy and sheriff are. So those are your basic breakdowns. Did we answer that question good?
I think we did.
Hijacking and train. So hijacking and train. So there is a plan in the works to have a train. Yes. There's going to be a train. And we were actually talking in our initial talks about the timeline for the train. We were going to introduce it with a posse that was a railroad baron. We've since merged that concept of the railroad baron in with the governor. But originally the idea was you didn't just have a train. You had tracks. You had tiles that were the train tracks, and so you could move the train along the tracks. That is way down the line because that's going to be when you're dealing with a lot of real estate to play with, and those are going to be games where you got hours and hours and hours to play. Like you saw us playing the core game, it was such a small map, and yet we played for what was it, an hour and a half?
Yeah. Now, of course, we were explaining a lot of ways.
Yeah, but still, I mean, you're looking at about an hour and a half, an hour to an hour and a half is your average game time, and that's with a small map. If you guys are part of the High Noon official group, we did a play test. I did a play test with a group of guys over the last weekend, and we played. It was a decent sized map. It was a little bit bigger than the Sweetwater Gulch. It was 5 players instead of 4, and that game went from an hour and a half at 4 players to something like 4 hours with 5 players. So when you get to those big maps, you're dealing with a lot of time. So the timeline for the train, it will come. There will be a train.
Now, on the flip side, we've also done some 2-3-man shootouts that take like 30 minutes.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Because we want the whole wide variety. We
Yeah.
want everything from a 30-minute game where you don't have a lot of time, you and your son playing after dinner, all the way up to you and the guys having an entire Saturday or
If you're
Sunday
playing
afternoon.
2 people, the game is going to be 20, 30 minutes. Yeah. And that's good because you're going to be able to be like, oh, that was great. I wish I would have played a little bit differently. Let's go again.
Yeah.
And you just set it up and you can do it. What posse are the 4 players using? They're using, so right now, everybody is playing the core game. We wanted to show off the core game so that people can see what the tier 1 gets you. Because we've had a lot of the feedback has been pretty positive. But there have been people like, well, what's this all about? Like, what do we really get for the tier 1? Well, what you're seeing in the testing is tier 1. So you can see that it's a full game, but that's what they're playing. So they're playing the Leroy Gang, the Elsu's Warband, the Rough Riders, and the Lawmen.
That's the game.
Oh, somebody won?
We got a winner.
Winner chicken dinner?
It was Kia.
Kia.
Elsu's Warband.
Elsu's Warband won the game. Probably already answered this question, but what will be the retail and when can we start purchasing? So we are planning on. Great question, James, out there in Jacksonville, wherever you are. So the retail game is going to be the retail launch. We're going to have the core game at the retail launch, and we're going to have Pascagoula Ridge at the retail launch.
Well, the Kickstarter launch. Are you talking about Kickstarter or retail?
Retail. Will be the retail.
Okay.
Yeah. So So James, wherever you are out there, if you could just tell us, are you saying what will be available at retail, or what will the retail price be? These are good questions. Wherever you are, whether you're way out there in Jacksonville or sitting right across from us in the couch in the living room as the kids play the game. Now, what were you asking, James? What was the question? What was that actually? James is with us, by the way. We got an open house for this event. We've invited a bunch of people to come play the game because we want people who have never played the game to see what it's like. We don't care if it's brutally honest or whatever. We stand by our game, but we want you guys to see what kind of the experience you can expect. So James is here. He brought some kids. Thank you for doing it. But James, what exactly are you asking? Go ahead and refine it.
I guess just the retail cost of it, so I know they're going to want to purchase this game after they play.
Sure. So we're trying to get that price down. I mean, for me, I would like to see a retail price reach a point where it's somewhere between $40 and $50, something that's affordable for everybody. But don't quote me on that because we could get slapped with some unexpected production costs. But this is High Noon is meant to be an affordable game for the masses.
Excellent.
Yeah, so we're, on the Kickstarter, we're throwing in a lot of extras, and then of course your support helps us get the retail sales kicked off later on.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you guys think about it, I mean, as we unlock stretch goals, these things get added to your tier at no cost. These things have MSRPs of their own, like suggested retail prices of their own. So the value quickly offsets as we progress through this campaign. How are the door and window models used in the game? So actually, this is funny. Today I've been going back and forth with our 3D modeler for the windows and doors.
Yeah.
So the windows and doors will go. There's little stand-ups. They're on little bases, and they mark where the doors are. Now, what I've had the modeler do. No, because this actually. So we've been using a prototype, and Rad was going to show it, but I could. But the thing is what I'm having them do is our windows and doors. Traditionally, what I've noticed, and I'm sure there are others out there. I'm sure what I'm saying is not unique, but I'm pretty proud of it anyway. So what is generally out there is you've got a flat base of whatever that is, a door or window, and then you have a base plate, right? And then you can stand your guy on that base plate. What we did was we put base plates on either side. So you have an inch here and an inch here, and then we're having an in cut for the base of the character itself. So you can actually set that character in the base of the window or door, and they're not messed up with the positioning of the pieces.
All fit together like a glove.
That's it, like a glove. Yes, and how does saloon doors differ from? Great, that's a great question,
Yes,
Bill.
awesome question, Bill.
I was literally just talking to the modeler about this because he was like, what am I working on next? And I was like, let's do the saloon door. And he was like, what does that look like? And I was like, oh, I got to send you the model for that. Yeah, okay, we'll do this tomorrow. But he's like, oh no, I got to get it done in like the next 5 hours. So the saloon door is going to look like a saloon door. It's going to be like a little arch thing, like the traditional, like push them open, those free flowing saloon doors. That's what it's going to look like. And it's going to be 2 inches wide with a 2 inch by 2 inch base. Mm-hmm. It's going to be basically the size of a double door, but it's going to look like a saloon door. I think the train concept would work better if you're fighting your way from car to car in order to get to the engine. No, that's the thing is that's what it's going to be. You're going to have it's going to be just like the buildings. It's going to be the train. You're going to be able to look and see the insides. And what I want you guys to be able to do is have all these different train tiles and choose which ones you want to use.
Yeah.
And build your own train. You can use as many or as few of these as you want. And then what I like it is I'd like it to go crazy modular. Like you can buy like a traditional passenger train tile set, or you can buy the military train tile set, or the armored train tile set, the bank train tile set. You get all these different train sets, and then you can mix and match them together. You know, maybe you have a regiment.
A military train with an armored car on it.
Exactly. Or you've got like a unit of soldiers on the passenger train.
Yes.
You know, you mix and match however you want. And then what we're gonna bring is a dock, and we're gonna have like I really want to bring in this steam engine boat because it's gonna be epic, and that's gonna have like a casino on it. It's gonna be fun. Given the mechanics of this game, that may not work out. No, I think
make it work, Bill.
Yeah, it'll work. Just for you, buddy.
Just for you.
Just for you.
We'll debut it at Leeds.
Congratulations to the Elsu Warband right there. Was that the card that won it? Was that the card that won the game? How do you figure out how many tiles are placed? So,
Thanks, Nick.
Yeah. So
how many do you want to place?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. What you can do is in the rule book, there's going to be suggested maps that you can use, and you can build with the tiles that exist in the kit. Here's the basic fundamentals. The tiles that exist with your posse must be included in the map, obviously. Otherwise, your guys can't start there.
Yeah.
Then what I suggest is there's two types of outside tiles, exterior tiles. There's a regular 6x6, and then there's a 2x4, like an alley tile. And I recommend having at least one alley tile per building, so that you can have some buildings that have space in between them, and they can run around behind them or through them. And then I would recommend having 1.5 road tiles every 2 players. So if there's 4 players, have 3 road tiles. Mm-hmm. If there's 2 players, have 1 road tile, and just go that way. Are you guys so the kids are done? You wanna give your thoughts or anything, or you're like, no? Did you guys have a good time? Was it okay? Yeah. Well, come on over. I mean, do you mind?
Really kind of a function.
You don't have to if you don't want to.
It's really kind of a function of time. You know, more tiles takes longer to play. So if you want to keep the map small, do a 30-minute shootout.
Here's what we can do. Here's what we could do. Guys, if you guys promise to keep it clean, keep it appropriate, I'll let you guys ask a question to one of these kids. If you guys would be willing to field a question, would you be willing to answer a question? Come on up. So have a sit. Here's the guest of honor.
Thank you so much.
All right. So for the crowd, what's your name?
Roger.
Roger.
Jeremy.
Have you guys played High Noon before?
No.
Once.
You played it once.
When you invited us over.
Just now? Or when was this? Did this happen? I don't know. I'm crazy. Too crazy. Okay. All right. So yeah, you guys. If you guys have any questions for these guys here, go ahead and let them go. There might be a delay because there's. You played on it?
I've never played that.
I played one. I'm sorry. Well, I didn't know that. How do you know if you've won?
There you go.
Technically, it's like whoever has the most gold in the end wins.
Yeah. Because we have 12 rounds, so when the 12 rounds are gone, who has more gold won the game. So that's not so hard to understand.
For Roger.
Who?
Bill's got a good question for you.
Oh yeah?
Who?
Oh, are you seeing it live or something?
Yeah.
Oh, what's the question?
Bill asked to the one on the left, what is your favorite Marvel movie?
My favorite Marvel movie?
That's
Great question, Bill. Right on point. Right on target.
Yeah. Okay. One movie that I really enjoy in Marvel is Spider-Man: Homecoming. It's a movie that I really like it because that's simple. When you see the other Marvel's movie, like Avengers, they are so full of different things, like from the space and destruction. And I prefer a simple thing, and that works very well because Spider-Man was introduced in the MCU, so I think that really works. Okay, that has nothing to do with the game.
Well, actually, that might have something to do with the game. So this is a moment of truth, guys. This is where I have to, and actually, this plays into Nancy's question. Was this game if you like things that are simple, like was this a simple game?
Yeah, interesting.
Oh, okay.
Jeremy, was it a hard game to learn?
It is a very hard game to learn at the beginning, but once you play it, you'll get used to it, and it'll start getting easier for you.
And you only played
at
one,
the first time,
one round, and you got it.
Because at the first time you were starting from the beginning and you don't know anything about the game, so that's hard.
Yeah.
But when you are playing, you understand how that works, and that's getting easier for you.
Have you played mini miniatures games, and how does this stack up? Miniatures games being like games with little guys.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not like Monopoly. So you played miniatures games?
Mm-hmm. I forgot. Dad, what's it called? Dad.
What's the miniatures game that he's played?
Risk.
Risk.
Oh, Risk. Okay. How does this? How does this stack up to Risk? That seems like a totally unfair comparison.
Well, here's another one. It says, my oldest daughters are 11 and 13. Did the girl testers enjoy it, and how long did it take to catch on?
Why don't we? Okay. Well, how about this? You guys, thanks for answering some questions, and let's bring the girls in. Are you guys okay?
Yeah, come up there real quick.
They're like, no.
Yeah, because now they want to know. They're asking about you. So.
All right. So here are the girls on the squad.
The winner.
The winner. You were the winner.
Yep.
This was the winner right here, playing Elsa's Warband. All right. So my oldest daughter's 11, 13. Did you enjoy it? And how long did it take to catch on?
It was really fun. It took a while because there's a lot of things to understand. Your turn. I had a little trouble in the beginning, but once I got used to it and started playing it more, it got pretty easy.
How about so how many turns into the game? Because you guys played one round, or one game. So how many? When you say it took a while, how many turns in was that until you got the feel of the game?
Maybe like 3 or 4. Yeah.
3 or 4 rounds.
Oh, that's fast.
Did you see anything else?
No.
All right, cool.
Good.
Well, thanks, girls. Round of applause for the girls. Yeah, all right. All right, there's donuts over there and cookies and chips. All right, cool. More door questions coming your way. All right, perfect. Love door questions. Door questions are my favorite. Is there plans for the squeaky board in the saloon that instantly causes everyone in the saloon to stop and look who just walked in? There actually is a piano in the saloon, and that immediately stops the moment people walk in the door. Like the moment people walk into the saloon, it doesn't matter what the piano is playing. It just goes and it stops. That's a rule in the game. Follow up, do game mechanics of saloon doors different from normal doors? No, yeah, and I see why they could, because it's a free-flowing door, but for the purposes of keeping things as simple as possible, no. Now, if you want to do that, if you want to say, hey, the saloon door kind of works as a window in the way that it's cover, but you can still shoot through it, be my guest. But traditionally, it's purely aesthetic that it looks the way that it does. Otherwise, it's a door. Are there plans for the inevitable saloon bar fight? No guns, all melee, smashing chairs, broken bottle over the head, swinging from chandeliers. So yes and no. There is a plan for, and this is actually what was going to what was going to be the harbinger of what we call the augmented player character, or an NPC. And basically, it's our plan is to have it in the Grand Casino, which is the steamboat. But it's basically that bar fight where these characters are all these characters act in a chaotic way, and they're just punching punching and kicking the next person, the person right next to them, the person closest to them. Most of the NPCs will be melee PCs. Some NPCs may have weapons, in which case they'll attack at that range. But as far as being chaotic and unpredictable and in many ways random, yes, there is that in the works, and that's going to kind of introduce how that card setting works. Hey guys, thank you so much for coming out. We really appreciate it. Thank you. As far as chandeliers, I can neither confirm or deny that. What is the average time of play? And I just backed the game. Looks like it's going to be fun. Only the third game I've backed, and it looks like the best one yet. Wow, thank you, John. Thank you so much. The average time of play, it depends on your skill set, but you're looking at for a 4-person for the core game, the average is about an hour and a half. But as you get more advanced, you can skim that down. I've seen it go as quick as 45 minutes, but it really depends on how much you think. Come on in, the water's fine. Brad is back. But thank you so much for pledging. And if you have any questions about anything, feel free to reach out. We're here for you.
Yeah, and also if you were John, if you had watched the live play earlier, it can be very short if you rush into battle before you're ready, because you will not make it.
Now, having said that, John, congratulations being in today. You're backing today. You will be the receiver of this beautiful stand. This is a prototype of it, but this is a stand for all the characters in the core game. And it'll come to you in 14 pieces that you easily glue together. It won't look like this. This is a piece of garbage. Keep talking about the game and tears off of it. Yeah, okay. I'll let Rad go.
Sponsored by Yingling. We should be. As much beer as this guy drinks, but he loves Yingling.
Yingling and EJ.
Jason in Jacksonville there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Facebook user.
To me.
So I think what we're going to do here in the near term, I think we're going to have Dwight and Jason kind of go over some of the Father Franklin. We want to go over the Pine Box Priest and some of the things that he.
No, we're not sponsored by anybody. What are you talking about? There's no logos here.
So yeah, we want to also go over kind of what Father Franklin, some of the idiosyncrasies with Father Franklin. Some people were saying, hey, how does Father Franklin work? And obviously, he's a little bit different in format than some of the other posses that we have, but he is definitely, we play tested him. And that, truth be told, when we first designed it, I thought, well, is he going to be competitive? And we had to tone him down because he will wipe the entire board out with his machine gun when he gets it set up. Yeah, he is quite a bit of a power player on the board.
Do we want to talk about that now?
Yeah, we can talk about it now. And I want to talk about some of the Pascagoula shootout, and we can talk about the all-in pledge tiers as well.
Lead the way, MC.
You know what? How could I possibly talk about it better than the creator?
No, please, no. I'm
just the fluff guy.
Here's the pieces. Here you go. You talk now.
So I promise I don't watch anime now, but I used to. And with Dwight and I, really, we used to like this show called Trigun, and we talked about it before. But one of the characters in Trigun, his name is what was it? Wolfwood, right? And so Dwight, I mentioned at the beginning of our live stream, we talked about the Wolfwood character being an homage to Django. And so we of course we love Westerns just like you guys, and we have our own homage to Django. And so Father Franklin is a defrocked priest, and he comes into town with a casket chained to his back. And so you're first going to see him. This is his loaded version, is where he is. Come on, focus.
There it is.
So what's cool about this guy is that he comes in, he's got this, he's encumbered, so he's slow to move, but you better not ignore him, because when he gets set up, when he unpacks his coffin, this is his form. Come on. It's backwards. All right. Anyway.
If you want to, join the official Facebook group, the official High Noon group, and we did a whole feature on it. You can see the 3D model and everything. It's totally clear there.
So the Facebook user asks, Yeah, Facebook user. We also wanted to do well on Kickstarter. We're almost there. We're at 52,620. We're going to be doing this for another 24 hours and then 29 days after this. So, tell your friends, share it. We're really excited about it, to bring this passion project to the market and have it be something that really takes off. To answer the question about, are we going to do any other board games after this one? Absolutely. Obviously we're going to have to get this one produced and do well on it. But yeah, we have an entire timeline, as Sean alluded to in his portion of the talk. We've got an entire timeline for different iterations of this universe as we expand it, because there's a lot of story behind this game, and it's one of those things that when we're trying to talk about the universe, we have to introduce you to these mechanics and then introduce you to the storyline, because we want you guys to be able to play. When we were talking about this game, we talked about we're children of the 80s, right? So we talked about how we wanted people to be able to come in and play this game and live as their posse, right? We had an idea for a video that was, it was like a family. We wanted to shoot it in 80s version. You remember 80s TVs? You guys remember those?
Do you remember tracking?
When you were a kid, you're like, what does this do? Oh God, go back.
Twist it.
So anyway, we were children of the 80s. We grew up with G.I. Joe. We grew up with He-Man. We grew up with, all the things that we remember. Saturday morning cartoons. Like, I remember going and getting the Toys R Us catalog and sliding it underneath my parents' door with things that I wanted on Toys R Us. And I found out about them, because of Saturday morning cartoons. They'd be like, hey, here's this G.I. Joe. Here's the G.I. Joe helicopter. You need this. And look what it does. And I'm like, oh,
the Cobra Hammerhead.
Yeah, the Cobra Hammerhead, exactly. So we had an idea to make a game that really allows people to play in a universe where there's no rules. You can literally do anything. High Noon, it can be, cowboys, and it can be ninjas, and it can be aliens, and it can be, it can be a lot of different things. And one of the things we really wanted to be able to do is expand this universe if you guys receive it well. Obviously we want to make sure that we are listening to our audience, listening to our market, and if you guys have anything for us and things that you want, that you're interested in, we're absolutely wanting to do that. Andrew Hansen says, what are the mechanics with the tournament map?
Sure. Look, at the end of the day, the tournament map is just a giant, enormous map for you to put posses on, a ton of posses, and go to town. But the tournament map has, Fort Bailey, which is this, derelict fort that has been through, a breach, a battle that it clearly lost, and then now it's abandoned. And so what it has on it is it has walls that have elevation, so your characters can go up on them and shoot down at people, in the battlefield. There's an area of the battlefield where, all of the remnants of the siege equipment is, and there's a ton of loot to be had there, and there's barricades there that can be hazardous, but you can use as fortifications. There's a sniper perch, like a mountainous area that can serve as a sniper perch. There's a forest where characters can run through, hide in the trees, and shoot from the cover of the trees. But there's also fire in the trees. You can burn yourself and stuff. So you know, it comes down to it's just a bigger area to play the collect the gold, you know, the core mechanics of the game, which is collect the most gold at the end of the 12 rounds or be the last posse standing. But it offers a lot of different ways to get that gold and to survive and kill and stuff like that.
Yeah, part of the thing that we keep going back to it, and it goes back to the mechanics and the nuance. I mean, really, the essence of tabletop games is that you're playing with people that you care about and that you want to spend time with, and so these interactions that you have are really foster a sense of being present with these people that you're playing with, and the tournament map and the all-in pledge allows you to have, the game is sticky already. It's got quite a bit of stickiness, so you want to play it multiple times in one sitting with the same characters that you have. And what we're trying to offer in terms of the middle and upper pledge tiers is the ability to replay this world multiple times with different factors, understand the nuance that goes into the posses, and really find, it's kind of like Street Fighter, right? I know I used to play Street Fighter a lot, and I remember there'd be like people who could play with every character, and it's because those were the guys that showed up with a huge thing of quarters, and they mastered Dalzim, and then they mastered Ryu, and then they mastered Ken, of course, because it's just like Ryu. But that's kind of what we're talking about. We want you guys to be able to play and understand the nuance with all of these characters, hopefully specifically with a tournament, so that you can put these tournaments, these posses into a tournament format, so that when you get together, when you're playing with us in your home markets, when you're playing in sanctioned high noon tournaments, you can be handed any posse and play with them and win. Understand the nuance, understand their strengths, understand their weaknesses, and have that built into a strategy that changes with the actions of the other players of the game. Now, Keith asks,
Noob 5 wants to know,
what's the inspiration for Miroslav Zorek? In case you can't tell, okay, so all right, here's what we were thinking for Zorek, right? Zorek is like Tesla, obviously, duh, right? But what would, like, the scenario was like, what would happen if instead of being this super humanitarian guy, if Tesla was like angry that Westinghouse, that Edison basically burned his experiments and competed with him, and had this corporate espionage against Zorek? What if he just said, you know what, the heck with doing good for the human race, I'm going to go out west, and I'm going to use what I created and what I understand for my purposes. And if he got sucked into a gunfight in high noon, how would that play out? So we wanted to explore, like, what would happen if Tesla was not,
if he was a villain?
Yeah, what if he was, and I don't want to say a villain, because like Dwight said, these guys have nuance, you know?
Right.
He's not a villain, but what would happen if he didn't say, like, well, I'm just going to die penniless and do whatever? No, what if he said, you know what, the heck with these guys, the heck with Edison, the heck with Westinghouse, I don't need them. I'm going to go out west and create my own laboratory and my towers and see what happens. So that's kind of where, when we were talking about, who is this guy? I don't want to say mad scientist, but he's kind of like a mad inventor.
When I say villain, the greatest villains don't see themselves as villains.
Sure.
Like Magneto genuinely sees himself as a savior, and he's trying to do what he believes is the right thing to do. It just happens that he's a bad guy. And then you have these scorned, like there's these classic. Try to go back to the classic archetypes.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're right. There's nuance.
So not to take a psycho deep dive on it, but really it's about saying, like, the difference between a villain and a good guy is how far the villain's willing to go. There's no, like, they're both doing what they think is right. It's just that this person says there's lines I won't cross, and the villain says, no, my ideas are more important than your.
The needs of the many outweigh whatever.
They're more important than your ideas on limits on my behavior. I don't have any limits on my behavior. I do what I think is right. So
every one of these characters is really a dive into philosophical questions. I mean, Rogers is totally Rogers is not. He's not this like straight one-dimensional monster or leader or whatever. He's got a lot of nuance. El Sunkia, Deputy Gates, Quentin and James. Like these are all characters that are doing whatever they're doing for reasons that they have ambition or drive of some kind.
Yeah, like Montaña Azul. I mean, like I love the story of Montaña Azul. You'll see him in the Pascagoula shootout, but his backstory, and Dwight can talk about it, about what is his each of these characters have their own ideas and ideologies, and we really want to bring that world to life. Obviously we've got a comic book in the works also. And obviously it's not going to be in time for this Kickstarter, but these things are all there. But we really want to flesh this world out as wide as possible, because we want it to be more than a game. We want it to it has depth, and it has depth for us because we've spent long hours discussing who are these people, what are their motivations, why do they do that? It's a perfect example. We were talking about Colonel Rogers, and we were talking about how Rogers, the rest of the town of Sweetwater sees Rogers as a guy who is a normal dude. He's a frontier soldier, right? And Rogers sees himself from that perspective. He's a guy he's going out to pacify the wild natives. In reality, his behavior is more uncivilized than the people he calls uncivilized. All right, I'm going to pause. Robert Brooks says, "Are the rules easily learned or overly complicated?"
Let me crush that it's a great question. But so we had these kids playing the game, and they all basically said, it was hard at first, but then you find the groove, and then it's pretty easy. And so after every one of them had said it, I just said, you played one game. So when you say it was hard at first, but after you get in the groove, it's easy. How many turns was that in your 12-turn game? And they said about 4. And within about 4 turns, you should have a good grasp of the game. Now, when I went over and I looked at what they were doing, I mean, when I saw what they were playing, they were doing everything wrong. They had stood on top of the loot crates, and then they put the loot crates on their character sheet, and then they thought that they couldn't even attack unless they had a weapon from the loot crate. Right. And they're like, I didn't think I had a gun. And then James is like, your guy's holding a gun. It's right there on the model. But once they figured that out, they were like, oh. And then it was right there. So there's always gonna be a teething issue when you're learning something new. But fortunately, I mean, these kids were able to grab it within 4 turns of the game. And I asked them, I was like, well, given the fact that this was wrong, like this is not how you play, obviously, but has it hindered your enjoyment of the game? Like is it affecting the way that your experience? And they all were like, no, we just didn't know that's what you did.
Yeah,
so,
your first time playing it, Robert, you're probably going to want to have the rule book out just for reference. But I don't think after your first playthrough or second playthrough that you'll throw the rule book back in the box. You'll understand it. The rules are very, very simple. They're very easy to grasp, and they make sense. There's not a lot of rules in the rule book that don't pertain to everything that happens in one round. So after a couple of rounds, you'll see kind of these questions are answered in the rule book very simply, and everyone we've let play has picked it up immediately. Robert Bucky said, "Oh, Robert, by the way, I saw your costume. It looks awesome. I love that."
Keeping it wild.
Yeah, howdy from Arizona, where we keep it wild here in the West. Awesome. I love Arizona.
So we were going to talk about. All right.
John Daly says, I had to work today, so I missed all the gameplay. How long have you been working on High Noon, and have you created any other games? Are the miniatures going to be standard gray so they can be painted? And I have used the same chair, except I used duct tape, not clear tape.
Hey, all right. Yeah, so,
Yeah, I mean, we started off with this concept over
2 years
two
ago.
years ago, and you know, at the time, you know, Dwight and I have known each other for quite a bit of time. We sat down and said, okay, you know, in fact, to be honest, I mean, just in the first iterations of this game, we were just saying like, hey, let's just make a fun game to play. It wasn't until the thing started picking up steam and we realized how much fun it was to play and how much depth there was, and we started fleshing out the characters that it really started to take on its final, you know, it's the form you see today. As far as creating any other games, I haven't created any other games. I think maybe I'm not speaking for Dwight here, but
I hadn't. I mean, I'm not a published game creator, but you know, thinking about this question, I was like, have I? And actually, like, there was, when I was in high school, I was in I forget what class it was, but we had this, like, it was like a creative exam. You could tell a story however you wanted to tell it, and I created a board game. It was an intergalactic board game where you built a civilization. You had the planets all rotated with each turn, and then you could land your forces on the planet, and then there were maps assigned to the planets. It was way too complicated. But I mean, from there, I mean, when StarCraft, I was a gamer, so I played a lot of StarCraft, Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3. I was a strategy gamer, and I would choose the games that I played based on whether or not they had a campaign creator. If they didn't have a map or a campaign, and specifically a campaign creator, I wasn't interested in just making a map. I wanted to make like a game and tell a story. So yeah, I have created a lot of games. I never finished them, and they were never published, and they never sold, and they were never based on original, unique IP, like made from scratch. But yeah, we've got a history. We do have history in game creation.
yeah, I mean, one of the big games that Jason, Dwight, and I all have played, we're big Axis and Allies fans, and so, you know, that game is strategy on steroids. You know, it's actually having to manage a bunch more factors than how many cards you have in your hand. But one of the things that, you know, about Axis and Allies, and even some of the create actually, and Dwight and I used to play his maps on StarCraft. Okay, come on, let's play this map. You know,
we played those. Remember the maps that we made based on the kids in school?
Yeah. So I mean, this is really one of the things. This is kind of why we're interested to share this with you guys, because this game has taken on a life of its own. You know, it actually has it has a history, it has a story, it has something that is really unique. That and we game. You know, we're gamers, so it's one of those things that where you know it when you see it. You know, a product that comes along and you're like, wow, this is something really special. And I think this is where we're at with it, and that's why I want to share it with you guys.
And the miniatures are, so we're looking at, so at Kickstarter launch, definitely miniatures are going to come standard gray, so you can paint them. We are exploring a possibility of having games produced pre-painted. Obviously, they're not going to look as good, and the quality won't be great, but and it's not a guarantee that's going to happen, but I am exploring the option, because one of the things that I liked as a kid was being able to just open a game up and it's ready to go. Like, it's ready to play. All the people look like people. And so I wouldn't do that today. I'm finding myself loving painting minis more and more.
Sure.
But I wouldn't mind having that option if it's possible to be available. But right out the gate, Kickstarter launch and the initial retail launch, it's great. It's going to be great.
Yeah.
It's going to be great.
So yeah, a little bit, I think the question was earlier about designing games. And no, I have not. This will be the first board game I've designed, but I did a lot of gaming for the government and military at one point. So writing out mathematical games in general. So playing out scenarios. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
So what would happen if oil prices drop? Would that lead to government collapses in the Middle East? So that was kind of my background, was kind of mathematically modeling out these different hypothetical scenarios. And so that's where all of us in that field. Game theory. So all of us in that field love board games as well, because it's basically the same type of math. You're just applying it with a more limited set of rules. So when I found out that Rod was working on this game development, I went in very quickly because I thought, boy, this is a pretty cool idea. I definitely want to see what's going on. And the first time I played the game, I was hooked. I was like, we've got a really cool, Dwight had at that point had already developed a really cool universe in the base game. So,
shucks, man.
I was really excited about, fixing a couple of things that needed to be fixed. But I was like, he's well on the way with the base game. Let's get some great expansion packs and let's make a couple of tweaks and move from there.
Yeah, Jason has been pivotal in ensuring that these things are balanced. I mean, as we pointed out before, every time we introduce an expansion, that expansion has ramifications on everything before it. And so, initially, when you're just dealing with like the first couple of expansions, there's like a dozen or a couple dozen possibilities. But once we get to like expansion 35, you're now at it's exponential. The ramifications. You're dealing with thousands of possibilities. So I could never do that on my own. Do you guys foresee an expansion that will have historical gunfights like the shootout at the OK Corral? Okay, let me just squash this. Sorta, kinda. I really am adamant that High Noon does not exist in the real life universe. Things don't play out the way they played out here. The Civil War ended a lot quicker in the High Noon universe than it did here. It was a lot more bloody, particularly because of Colonel Rogers. There are things that we were talking in the group. Somebody asked if there's going to be a posse about Billy the Kid, and what I explained is that it's loosely implied that Quentin Leroy was a member of Billy's regulators. But unlike in real life, in High Noon's universe, Billy wins. He got what he needed. He got what he needed to get done, and then he went on and lived an honest life, presumably. And Quentin took up the mantle, of the head of the gang and formed the Leroy gang. So Billy is not even a thing. He's not even a legend. He's just a guy. In High Noon, he's just a kid who was, in the wrong place at the wrong time and worked itself out. So there may be areas where there may be a scenario that's similar to the OK Corral. It may have characters. It may have one or two characters that might be similar or might be those characters. I don't know. I haven't stated, but I really want to keep as far away from those things as possible, but then follow them parallel, so that when something like that happens, people can point to that and go, oh yeah, that's kind of like this. But having said that, I'm more interested in paying homage to the tropes, the icons of spaghetti westerns, the man with no name, and the like. Love how much thought and care y'all put into the game. Thank you, Sinclair.
Thank you, Sinclair. We have.
Love the concept of the game. Are you going to keep it realistic or possibly dive into Weird West or alternate universe, i.e. magic, slingers, and paranormal type? So yeah, so to that
phenomenal question.
Yeah. So to that point, this is an alternate universe. High Noon is an alternate universe. It is not the universe we live in today.
But there are a lot of parallels.
There are a lot of parallels.
And there's a lot of weird stuff that goes on.
There is, but we drip it. It comes in drips. Now, eventually, after enough drips, you got a bowl full of weird. Yeah. But it's going to start little by little. So Bonnie Beecher is a little drip of supernatural. She's got one card that she plays in her deck that hints at a supernatural ability. Miroslav is a hint of this tech, this super tech in High Noon. There's the samurai and the ninja that are introduced, because Asia is reaching out to the Americas because of their resources. But that eventually leads to other crossovers. Now, eventually, there's the traveling circus. The traveling circus is schismed because there's the Madme who runs it, Madme Cleo who runs it. But she's got these potions that affect people's brains, that affect the way they think, and she's basically turned people into mind-numb zombies. And there's a couple of carnies and people in the circus that have realized what's going on and they've broken away, and she doesn't like that. She wants everybody under her control, so she's going after them. So we're introducing a little bit of that psychic magic stuff. There's a posse we're working on. There's a posse we're working on right now, which is another Maquaa posse, and a medicine man / shaman is in that posse. So we're bringing in potions and things like that, but really, really slow. But as we bring these in, we're introducing more and more and more weird until it gets pretty weird. It will get weird.
Well, when we get into the zombies and down the line a ways.
Oh yeah, there's a so okay. I mean, let's dive in. I mean, there's gonna be a co-op zombie survival game. Rad aptly named it High Fever. So that's what it's going to be. There's going to be a posse of werewolves. Mm-hmm. There's going to be a posse of angels. There's going to be a posse of demons. They're going to be basically cowboys with wings. There's going to be a posse of aliens. There's going to be a posse of time traveling cyborgs. There's going to be
the clockmaker.
There's going to be the clockmaker and the steampunk. There's going to be all sorts of stuff in Weird West. It's going to come. We may introduce.
May have a flying DeLorean.
Yeah. So
a flying Volvo station wagon.
Right. We may have a time traveling motorcycle. We're definitely going to have a crash flying saucer. The tile is already done. So we're going to be releasing, and some of these things may be included in the Kickstarter campaign. It all depends on how things go and what we're able to produce. Our artists have been working really hard on it. But yes. Short answer, yes, hands down. Yes, Weird West. Also, did Kazujimi? I'm gonna butcher that name. But was there another question before that? But also, will there be future unaligned characters or mercenaries for higher type of characters? Yes. Yeah, there will be. There's an expansion that we're adding right up that is a saloon where you can hire members to customize your own posse, and so anybody can go to that saloon and hire those people to be in their posse. Alternatively, somebody with that expansion can use those characters to build their own posse, and then we're using once that mechanic, when it's refined, is going to introduce the idea of completely creating your own kind of posse for whatever you want. Yes, time to remake Cowboys versus Aliens movie. Exactly.
Yes, exactly.
And
there will be some aliens in there. I don't know if we really got. Yeah, we did.
Yeah, there's a tile. We have a tile. It's a crash flying saucer. Yes. Commander Zaku is the commander of these aliens. He's trying to get some tech to get off world, and so you've got his posse of specialists. They're kind of, I don't want to get too deep into them, but one of the things we want to do with these posses in these expansions is not only are we introducing them and their unique abilities, but each of these expansions will come with their own additional loot cards. Mm-hmm. So these loot cards will be relative to who they are. So, and those loot cards will go into the other posses can potentially draw loot cards and use, those abilities or those tech or those characteristics to augment their own posses. So, for instance, we're still working on Miroslav Zorek, but his loot might be like an electronic, like a pulse grenade or something. Imagine the Leroy gang pulling that out of the other thing and be like, what the heck is it? Oh, oops, and blowing up,
So imagine Abernathy with the Mistmaker in that.
Yeah, I know, right? Exactly. So there's dude, that hat was made for you. That hat was made for you. So it's not the posses themselves will be what they are, but introducing those expansions will also affect will allow other posses to have a taste of what they bring. So questions are rolling in, but we were asked to talk about the other tiers, and so we played the game, and I know one of the viewers was like, I missed the gameplay. But we're going to be playing more. We're going to be playing more of this game, and we'll do another round of it. So don't worry, you haven't missed anything. But that's tier 1. That's what we're showing off as tier 1. Tier 2 is Pascagoula Ridge, and it's essentially a whole other game. It's a whole other. It's like tier 1 times 2. It comes with 4 more posses. They are essentially mirrors of the other 4 posses, but just different ways to play them. So you have another posse of 2, another posse of 3, another posse of 4, another posse of 5. So the posse of 2 is like the lawmen, but they're the gunslingers. They're strong. They got some good counters, but they're made of hit points, but there's only 2 of them. You got the 3 specialists. It's slightly different. They're 2 shotgun-toting hillbilly bootleggers, and their older brother or their younger brother, he's like this buff big Clifton Jenkins, and he's a brawler bruiser. So he's like in that way, but he's got some amazing ability. Like he can charge into people and throw them all around and do all sorts of crazy stuff. You've got the bushwhackers, who are these they're these Confederate holdouts in the Civil War, sworn enemies of Colonel Rogers, out for revenge. And their whole thing is they are saboteurs. So they have a lot of ambush cards. Like I was saying earlier, they can blow up loot crates straight out. They can spawn out of nowhere because they're ambushers. And then you have the Hermanos, which is the party of 5, and they're basically a bunch of bumblebees that throw tequila bombs all over the place. So that's going to be a fun tier. But another thing that it does is it introduces some tile sets. Now, are we putting the economy? Is that in tier 2 as well? I think it's the general store is in tier 2. I need to look at it. But basically, Pascagoula Ridge. I'll just speak on it at the retail level. Pascagoula Ridge brings out 2 tiles: a general store and a gunsmith. The Jenkins brothers. The general store is the starting tile for the Jenkins brothers. Yeah. The gunsmith is the general store is the starting tile for the gunslingers. And what this is doing is it lays the foundation for an economy. All right, cool. Yep, the general store is in tier 2. So the general store is going to give you a taste of the economy. So what that means is like we're usually if you want to like get items to like augment your posse, make them powerful in different ways, you got to go to the loot crates and hope that you draw the card that it is that you want. Now, they're all good cards, but there's no real control over what you're drawing, except the fact that you can choose 1 of 3 random cards you draw. So what these stores do is they come with inventory, and in the inventory you can just decide, I want to buy that thing, I want to buy that thing, and you can choose what you want.
So if you're Father Franklin, you can go in and get the telescopic scope and just wipe everybody off the board.
You had to go there. You had to go right to it. Just skip. Don't pass go. Don't collect $200. Just go straight to Father Franklin. Yeah, no, exactly. You can choose, and that's actually in the game that we played down south. That's what I did. I was the governor. The governor's not made of hit points. His guys aren't made of hit points, but he gets gold pretty quick.
Bulk up on defense.
So, well, what I did was I had him, one of his henchmen, buy a repeater rifle and a telescopic scope all at once, and use that action to equip that telescopic scope. Yeah. On the next round, now he had unlimited sight, and he had straight eyesight down the alley, and Elsu like popped his head up to do something, and he was like, kill that one. It just did it. So so the general store doesn't have weapons in it though, but it does allow you to purchase upgrades, perks. You know, your healing potion, or your snake oil, and your coffee beans for added movement and actions and stuff. You can buy that stuff outright using the gold that you've earned throughout the game. That comes with tier 2 along with Pascagoula Ridge. So there's actually like 2 crazy additions to the game with tier 2. A whole other game with a whole 4 other posses, and an introduction to the economy with the general store.
You're really buying about 8 different games with that one.
Oh, yeah.
Because you could play all 8. You could play some combination.
Yeah.
You could actually break those off and play those as a game in and of themselves.
Yeah, yeah. You could play the 4 posses at Pascagoula alone, the 4 posses of Sweetwater, you could have 4 games going at the same time with 2 posses each facing off against each other.
It's actually 16 factorial, a lot of combinations.
Hey,
which is a lot of combinations.
If you guys want to break in, if you guys want to step into the world of tournaments, tier 2 is the tier you want to go with, because you've got 8 players facing off against each other. You've got 4 games going at once, single elimination. You know, the survivors of each game square off against the survivors of the next game.
It's a tournament in your own basement.
It's a tournament in your basement, man.
It is.
Bam, right there.
I didn't even think about it that way.
You're welcome. You're welcome. For those of you out there who are like, I want all in, but I can't afford it because I want the tournament map, it's get tier 2. You can get your tournament right there. Of course, I want your money, so get tier 3 anyway.
We have to go to tier 3 because you know all the best trilogies coming through.
Oh, of course they do, and including economies. The economy is a trilogy. So here's the thing about tier 3. Tier 3 comes with tier 3 comes with Sweetwater Gulch, Pascagoula Ridge, which includes the general store, and it comes with the Abernathy Gang, which is the posse that he designed. Everybody is very proud of it. It comes with you're not going to.
And just for the record, you haven't lived until you've had to face Jason with the posse that he designed to destroy you, because he knows where every cards are, the distribution, his mathematical mind. Yep. He will wreck your life with the posse that he is quick to point out that he said, well, let me explain.
Yeah,
no, our off-screen partner Rad, who is not bitter at all.
No, but listen, it is possible to beat this guy playing the Abernathy Gang. Just gonna say. So you're gonna
Your dad actually beat me with the Abernathy Gang, and I had no idea what to make of that.
We've heard the story, Jason.
Yes.
You want to tell it again? Go ahead.
Tell it again.
It's a great quote.
It's a great
share it with
So yeah, I had
class.
to text a friend, and I had to say, just asking for a friend. But if you're getting beaten badly by the posse you designed, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Hey, I need to pause this really quick because this is a very special launch for me. And by the way, thank you for everybody for putting it together. Thank you for Sean for hosting this. But I need to pause this really quick as a favor. Please don't be mad. I need somebody to come over here right now. A very special guest in the house. Very special. You get over here right. Stop stalling. Stop stalling. You get here right now. The one and only woman who brought me into this world, my mother, who I owe everything to. Thank you so much.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Hey, everybody.
This is my mom showing up. Don't trip on the
No makeup. I'm out of here.
What are you guys doing? What's going on?
We came over to be a part of the party.
All right.
It's a party.
It is a party. Did you see all the food Dad brought?
I know.
My gosh.
You know that. Don't ever send your dad to the grocery store.
No, I'm gonna send Dad to the grocery store every time now.
Yeah.
I feel obligated. So all right, so let me break this down for you on tier 3. Okay, you're gonna get Sweetwater Gulch, right? And Reynolds, I see your question. Becky, please don't let that go away. I'll grab it. You're gonna get Sweetwater Gulch with the 4 posses. Then you're gonna get the 4 posses at Pascagoula Ridge. Then you're gonna get 4 additional posses. You're gonna get the Abernathy Gang, which is important for multiple reasons, one of which I'll get to in a second. You're gonna get the Miroslav Zorek, who we just talked about. You're gonna get the Bandero Blondes, who I'm sure we're gonna talk about sometime today. And you're gonna get Grizzly Greenwood, which is one of my personal favorites because people didn't realize what he was all about until he went on the board, and then they're like, oh, and I'm like, see, that's what I've been trying to tell you. You're gonna get all these posses, plus with the Abernathy Gang, it comes with another starting tile, which is the Blacksmith. And the Blacksmith rounds out the whole economy. So that means that you're gonna have a general store, a gunsmith, and a blacksmith. So what you can then do is you can buy all of these items that are in the loot crates, weapons, armor, augments for your guns, sights, scopes, what have you, the coffee, the snake oil, everything. You're going to be able to outfit all of your posses.
Tell them about what the coffee does.
So the coffee beans gives you it's a 3-turn card. Once you activate it, it goes for 3 turns. Like you've ingested yourself with caffeine, and it gives you 4 additional. It gives you an additional movement or an additional action every turn. So, which is huge.
Especially if you're playing, like Dwight pointed out, if you're playing with the gunslingers or the lawmen, where they have limited actions, you can negate that weakness by using something like coffee, because now all of a sudden you get an additional action, which is a huge buff for those guys. They're specific. That was one of the things we did to. That's one of the things we did to weaken them, because they're so powerful. So if you put that additional action into it, or additional 3 spaces of movement, it really allows them to outmaneuver the enemy. It allows them to throw an additional action at them, and it's a power play basically on the board.
It was funny because I remember the first times we were playing, and I rolled out this loot, and there were people they'd be like, coffee beans, like, what is this? Why would I want this? Or like, can of beans, and it's like, but then you play it, and then you realize, oh shoot, it's about to get real.
Yeah.
So this becomes possible in tier 3. You're gonna get the full economy. The economy is great because it's something that has an exponential effect. You know, when you're out there and you're scoring points, 1s, 2s, and 3s, what do you do with that gold? Like it's points, but like somebody who's scoring little bits of points here and there is going to be able to take those gold bars and put them to work for him to get even more gold bars. And in the economy, just so you know, it doesn't go against your score. The gold that you spend, you still tally up at the end of the game towards your score. So it only helps you. It only helps you get bigger and better.
Okay, so Reynolds Gable asks, is
Yes.
there a point where there are I'm assuming, where there's too many players? Like some games support 5 players, but playing over 4 is horrible. That's not High Noon. We've played this game all the way up to 8 people, and it is every bit as fun with 8 people. Actually, it's more fun in some cases, because what happens inevitably is that people form alliances. So you have these situations where the alliance goes for 2 turns or 3 turns, and then they turn on each other. Or the one person in the alliance, or one person of the 3 posse alliance, is not getting what they want out of it, so they double cross someone to get more to get gold towards the end of the game. And so, yeah, the reason why in a lot of games, I'm sure a lot of games have data scientists on board, but what we were really blessed to have Jason on board with us is because we wanted to make sure that you could play it with 12 people if you wanted to. You could play it with an entire tournament where we could run a double elimination tournament out of it, and it doesn't break at any point. So now I will say that the games are going to get longer simply because you're increasing the number of actions, the number of people taking turns. So the game is inevitably going to get longer. However, it's compelling. Everyone's watching what's happening, and what happens inevitably too is that devil takes the hindmost. If you get weak, or you get there's nowhere to hide. Basically, if there's 8 people on the board and you make a mistake, somebody's going to eat you for lunch. And so what ends up happening is the best and baddest of the posses are the ones that end up on top or coming to the final turns. You'll see a lot more posses falling out because it's a lot more vicious competition the more people that you add.
Yeah, and it really is a case of like, it's not about how many people are playing the game, it's about who you're playing with. If you bring a bunch of people who are not good at playing games, or who are not good at being around people, or who are just bad company, you're gonna have a bad time. But if you're playing with people who you love and you have a great time, you sit around, you can just laugh and joke. It doesn't matter how many people you have. We did the play test this weekend, and we had the first game we played, there was 4 of us, and we had a great time. And then the 5th person showed up, and we played a game with 5, and we had a great time. So it's and we actually even had a better time. So it really is about the quality of the people that you spend time with that decides your experience with High Noon. And I don't know if that speaks to High Noon at all. I think that just speaks to I think that I want to say that could be this. I want to believe that the same can be said for just about any game that's out there. Maybe I'm wrong, but definitely for High Noon, it's the number of players. It has no effect. I mean, it definitely affects the possibilities, and it does affect the time. But if these are good people that you enjoy, you're gonna have a great time. So let's see. On top of all those posses that you're gonna get, and the full economy that you're gonna get at the all-in pledge, you're also gonna get the tournament map, which we talked about. That is a 4x6 tournament. This thing is massive. It's so big I can't even print it out and play it.
Hey, just so you guys know, we just got listed as one of Kickstarter's projects we love.
What?
Yeah, we just got featured as one of the projects they love. So thank you to everybody.
Wow.
Thank you to everybody who's gotten us this far. We love you. Thank you. We can't wait to send you your very own copy of High Noon so you can play in this universe.
Wow.
Where were you?
Going to get another drink.
Yeah. So I think when I walked away to take that good news call, Dwight was talking about people, playing, and the people you're playing with is going to depend on it a lot. So a lot of the things that we find, especially when we play with new people, the first couple of times they play, the first 12 rounds that they play, they may be a little timid while they're trying to feel the game out, but inevitably what happens is they start speaking in the posse's voice. They start talking like Colonel Rogers. They start talking like Kia. They start talking like the Leroy gang. And so this is kind of what we were talking about when we were talking about the video. I didn't finish telling you guys, but what I was saying was that our idea for the video was a family sitting around a table, watching, playing a board game. And as it goes back and forth, you start seeing these people turn into the characters that they're playing. And the reason that idea came about was because that's what happens when we play it. We start talking in their voices. We start having fun in their world and talking about doing things that they would do because we start inhabiting their characters. And that's one of the things that we're really excited to offer these games and these tiers to you guys, because we want you guys to be able to experience as much of High Noon as you're able to participate with us about. And we're excited to have you meet you guys in person. We want to bring this game out and really meet you guys where you're at. We want to come and play in your comic shop, your game shops. We want to come and have you meet our team so that we're just like you. We like making games. We like playing games. We want to experience our game with you where you're at. That's into the spiel.
And yeah, well, that wraps up the show. Thanks, guys, for tuning in.
No, we got so many more hours. We have Malaysia ahead of us. So yeah.
You brought up a good point, and that is we sit around the table and we start talking in these characters' voices, and we start doing things that the characters would do. One of the biggest things that when Sean first played the game, he was the Hermanos, and he was in the bar, and he was just like, I'm a bunch of Mexicans drinking in the bar. I'm just going to stay here and keep drinking. And he lost the game because that's not how you win the game.
We set the bar on fire and then killed him.
But he was having a great time being this posse of drunk guys hanging out in a bar.
And to his point at the time, Sean's point was, he goes, look, I'm the Hermanos. I didn't pick a fight with anybody out there.
Yeah.
Why would I go jump into a hail of bullets? I'm okay. I'm in the saloon. Y'all kill each other.
The bartender's hiding, right? Yeah. So I'm not paying for these? Bottoms up.
Right. So Sean's point was, he goes, if my characters would not go outside if there was gunfire out there. I'm going to wait till you guys kill each other, and then I'm going to go out there and fight the survivors after you're all worried. And to Dwight's point, that's exactly what the Hermanos would do. They're smart. They're not going to go out there and jump into a hail of bullets if there's a quarrel out there. They're not busybodies. They got their own thing going on. They're no stranger to gunfire. They're not worried about what's happening. But if they walk out of the bar after they're done drinking and you want to draw on them, they'll shoot you. They'll burn you down. Kazujimi, do you know? I know you briefly mentioned High Fever as a co-op game. Do you plan to spend the lore of the world of High Noon? Brother or sister, I'm sorry. Yes, the world of High Noon is very fleshed out. I mean, if it wasn't for what it takes for us to share it with you, we would tell you all about it now.
Oh my gosh, there's so many story arcs. There's so many entire seasons of stories that exist. And there's characters that I haven't even introduced to the game that drive a lot of the universe. And they're pivotal characters. And you're not gonna see them until it's right. But yes, every posse fleshes out the universe. And this universe is, I'm going to say this. The universe of High Noon, the stories that we have currently planned, mapped out, preparing to roll out for High Noon, span roughly 700 years of High Noon time. Like not us time, but like there's 700 years of lore into the future and over 2,000 years of lore in the past in the universe of High Noon. We just exist. It just happens that the High Noon starts at a particular point in time in a very small town called Sweetwater Gulch.
Right. This is the starting point. This is where we enter the story. The story started before you see it. The story continues after you get done with it. But this is the part of the story that you get to enter the world of High Noon. And that's really where we're at. We wanted to make sure that we picked the most logical entry point for this world, because we wanted to make sure that we don't overwhelm you guys. You know, a lot of this stuff, in fact, to Dwight's point, there's things that are happening in this storyline for the Buckaroo Pledge, the Pascagoula Shootout, and the middle tier, or the upper tier, all-in pledge, that are setting up events that we're going to capitalize later on.
If I could, I just wanted to tie some things together, because actually that's the thing. The team fought me tooth and nail to put out a lot of the posses in tier 3 that are in tier 3, because for me, I was like, these posses there's a whole time there's a timeline in the High Noon universe that these posses exist in, these characters exist in. They're doing things in the High Noon universe. Doesn't make sense to put them out here, but the team wanted to ensure that you guys got maximum value for the investment that you're putting up, and that meant giving you guys posses, giving you guys characters. And it just happened that these were characters that were already fleshed out and ready to deliver, because when creating the universe, when I was putting these definitive points in the universe, these are definitive points that have to exist in the timeline, and these points include characters, and these characters have specific things they're doing. There are ramifications to Edison, there's an unseen character of Edison who owns Edison Enterprises, who patented all of Miroslav's inventions, and there's consequences of that go way into the future, long after Miroslav is dead, Garrett is dead. The heroes of old that you play and get connected to now, long after they are bones in the ground, there are consequences that you will play later in the future and even come back around and play here. But I had to establish these characters first to do it. So I established these characters, but there's filler in between. There's things that have to happen in the universe for those things to happen. But we wanted to give you guys, in the Kickstarter, we wanted to give you guys some value, and it just happened these characters were done.
Yeah, we also wanted to make sure that for people who just want a board game that's fun and sticky and replayable, we wanted to give you something that's low barrier to entry. I recognize that not everybody is interested in that expansive of a universe. Now we are, but we recognize that not everybody is. So we wanted to make sure that when we crafted the entry point for the High Noon world, that it was something that was easy to sink your teeth into. It wasn't something that required a real steep study of the lore of High Noon. You don't have to read the Silmarillion before you read The Hobbit. You know what I mean? If you read The Hobbit and then you want to play in the world, then you read the Silmarillion. But that's kind of where the methodology we use. As far as the co-op game, and a lot of people are asking for RPG.
This is actually the point that I wanted to make. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm long-winded, guys, and I'm sorry.
What?
But this is actually the point. This is actually what I was getting at. When we're talking about High Thieves as a co-op, rolling that out, expanding the universe, rolling that out. The short answer is bear with us, grow with us, take the time that we're taking, because we have all these things planned, but there's a timeline that has to happen for that. There's a question that's been asked a lot in the group. What about an RPG? What about solo play? Let me be honest. I'm going to be frank. I'm going to make a lot of people upset. A solo play game is an excuse for people to not just get their friends together and play games. Stop it. Stop. Go play with your friends. Get people together and play a game with your friends. Stop demanding board games be solo play.
Now,
okay, but having said that, we're going to make a solo play game. Okay, we're going to do it. Please. And there's going to be a role playing game. But going full circle to the original part of this of what we were talking about, the role playing aspect is already there.
Yeah, that was what I was going to say.
Already there.
That's what I was going to say. A lot, and this is the thing that is very difficult for us to communicate to you through gameplay and through visual, the visual marketing, is that the same things that make RPGs fun, the spontaneity, the adaptability, the unique flavor that your friends bring to their character sheets, already exist in High Noon. These are things that if you love that about an RPG, you're going to love that about High Noon, because no two games are the same. You can take 3 different people with the same exact scenario in a role-playing game, and the Dungeon Master is going to give you a scenario, and they're going to be completely different outcomes, completely different situations, and it's the same elements in High Noon. So when people say, make an RPG, understand that it's not we're saying, oh no, an RPG. What we're saying is guys, play with us. You'll see that the elements that make you love RPG already exist in High Noon. Yes, there are some mechanics that we're going to introduce for co-op play and for solo play, like non-player characters, like interactable non-player characters, all the non-player characters you would see in an MMORPG. We're creating a board game version of those things. Now, those mechanics require the same type of balancing that we have, and because we can't use a human being to model it, we have to model it mathematically. So that's why those kinds of things aren't included in this Kickstarter, because we wanted to keep it cogent. Wanted to make sure that what we came to the market with was very cohesive and very relevant. So those things that you're asking for RPGs, the core of them, in a lot of ways already exists in High Noon, and we can't wait for you guys to experience it, because, like I said, if you get your gaming group together and you guys play High Noon, you're going to have so many hilarious memories. I told the morning group that when we were all playing this game, and I was the lawman, right? And so I was camping inside the jail. I was waiting for these guys to finish killing each other, because there was a lot of 5-person posses on the board, and there's a lot of actions that I had to overcome. And so the safe play for me was to hide in my jail. What's going on, Sheriff? Make another cup of coffee, another pot of coffee. We'll go out there in a while.
So I'm thinking about noon.
Yeah, you know what? I could go for another pot of coffee. This one's too bitter.
Oh, I got a spur in my back.
I gotta take a nap.
You don't want to stretch. Gotta make stretch.
There's about 4 too many people out there. Anyway, so I'm camping in my jail, right? And so finally I decide, and bear with me if you guys are, absolutely, Nick. We're gonna play with.
Yes.
We're gonna do a nothing but top tier, nothing but expansion play test here in a little bit. So bear with us. I'm camping in my jail, right? And I see everybody killing each other, and I'm like, all right, I'm ready to enter the fray. So I see Jason, who's right outside the jail, getting murdered in the street, and I'm like, perfect timing. So I jump out of my jail, both windows of my jail.
Taking damage,
right? Worth it, because I've got
a perfect plan.
I've mined my deck for the perfect balance of attack and defense. I'm ready to go, right? What happens? Jason engages with me. The very next turn, goes in my jail, blocks the doors and the windows. Now I'm the one in the street getting murdered. We still talk about that scenario, laugh about it. And the thing about it
was
is,
this when I was Kayataka, and then I immediately stunned with your people with a headshot, so I couldn't do anything?
Right. That's what happens. So I go out the street. Jason jumps through back to the jail. Dwight stuns me with an arrow, stuns me in the head. I can't move. I can't do anything. And everyone's like, look, a gold farm. Let's just kill this guy who was camping, because we've been out here getting our noses bloody while he's hiding in the jail pouring a cup of coffee. So what I'm saying is that, like, that's the same thing that we would talk about if it was an RPG. Hey, remember that one time we had to go do this quest and this happened? And remember that time, this is what that person said. Yeah, that was amazing. You remember that? Those same elements exist in High Noon. And I understand that when you're coming to High Noon from other board games that are very rigid in the methodology that you play them with, it's difficult to envision a game that has that much human element in it. And so I understand that you guys would ask for an RPG. I understand why you'd ask for a solo and co-op. But when we come out with a solo and co-op, believe me, it's going to blow your socks off, because the same level of planning and depth that we put into this game, a simple skirmish Western, is going to come out in the solo non-player character versions and the co-ops. So
let me tackle this one.
Okay.
Okay. If I want to bring this game to game night, what is the best way to introduce everyone to each of the games? So here's how I would recommend you introduce everybody to each of the games. Ready? Don't. Introduce them to the game. Bring the game out. Say, guys, this is a stupid fun game. We got to play it. We got to play like 2 rounds of it. You're gonna hate the first one because you're gonna figure it out along the way, and then you're gonna be like, I would have done something totally different now that I understand.
We all say that.
We all do that. Everybody does it. But just play. And then when they go, well, what about this guy? What about this guy? Be like, yeah, dude, try that guy. Yeah, try that. Try those people. And then if you see them and base your familiarity, be a good sport. If you see somebody playing, like coach them. Don't try to sell everybody on all the different games. You're gonna look, even at the current tier, I mean, we're planning 50 plus expansions. You try to tell people about those, their brains are gonna turn to mush. But you try that now, even at tier 2, their brains are gonna turn to mush. So just let them be like, pick one that you think is cool. Which one do you like that looks cool? And then they'll get it because they're all good. And then see how they play. And as they're playing them, based on your familiarity, if you see them doing something that you know is a mistake, just chime in and be like, hey, listen, I think I know what you're gonna do. I wouldn't do that. And I know you got something to say. I'll give it right to you. But I just want to give an example of this. So I took the game down. We did a play test, and we did it with all expansion posses. And so one of the players was playing Miroslav, and Miroslav has this big lab, and it's mapped out much like a scientist, like a rat maze or a mouse maze. And his loot is all in the back of his lab, so he has to go and get it, and that takes like 4 or 5 turns to get. By the time you get it and get back out to the door, the game's over. Like, you don't have enough moves to do that. So it's a mortal mistake, and you end up missing out on the game. But a lot of people are afraid because they're like, Miroslav is just one guy, and they're like, well, there's 5 people here and 10 people here. Miroslav can't handle it. I'm afraid. And so they don't make that decision, and then they learn after the fact that was a mistake. And maybe they don't learn it was a mistake at all. They just get upset. They're like, oh, I'm never gonna play this guy. This guy's stupid. So I saw this guy starting to do that. And he went 1 turn in because he had put a loot crate somewhere, and he got the loot. And then I stopped him. I said, listen, I think I see what you're going to do. You're going to try to go get the other loot. I wouldn't do that. There's not enough moves in the game. The game's going to be over. Get out there and fight. And he was like, well, but I'm just one guy. And Kiya is coming right through the door. And I said, trust me. Go out there and fight. The posse wouldn't exist with one guy if the game creator didn't think that one guy couldn't handle Kiya dead on and one-on-one. Get out there and fight. You trust me. And so he was like, okay. And so he did. And he ended up punching Kiya like 5 yards down the path, and then getting outside and laying down towers and making everybody his personal female canine for the entire game. He was devastating because I just did a little bit of coaching him in the right direction. I didn't tell him what cards to play. He figured that out. Because the moment that he went in and he started making moves and then he started drawing cards, he was like, oh. And he started, and it's easy. Like, it's simple. He started realizing what he could do. And then there was another part where he wasn't defending, he wasn't using his generator, and I'll get into that later. And I told him, I was like, you realize you can use your generator for this? And he was like, I can? I was like, yeah. And he's like, and that blew his mind. And then after that, he was pro. He was pro all day long. So that's how I would recommend that you introduce people or sell them the gangs or explain the gangs. Don't. Just coach them through the game and let them learn these gangs inside and out on their own. They'll have a much better experience. Okay, that's it.
Yeah, so, and my feedback is that if they're trying to decide between which gang to look at, have them just look through the card decks. If you hand them the card decks, they'll see cards. The cards are very simple. It tells them what they do, when they can play it, how it works. Something's going to jump out to them that connects with them, and they'll pick the posse based on what they saw in the cards. It takes 5 minutes for them to shuffle the cards on each posse. That's what we did with the kids that came to play today. They basically, I said, hey, listen, guys. They said, what should I play? I said, well, look, guys, here's the deal. While you're choosing, look through these card decks, see which ones connect to you. And they all made a decision based on what they saw on the card deck. They shuffled the cards. They had, they made a couple mistakes, but they definitely played a full game without a whole lot of interaction, a whole lot of, intervention.
Scott, I can't wait to see the California Gold Rush when you release it.
Yes. Awesome.
Great.
Yeah, we're.
Can you create your own posse with blank cards and an So we've discussed this a few times. So we may discuss it later because it's been a very short window since we talked about it. But the short answer is kind of sort of. There's going to be an expansion posse where you can create your own posse. The cards are not blank. No, okay, actually, to what I think to what you're saying, one of the things that we have on our timeline is essentially software that you'll be able to use to create your own posse, or using a preset list of deck builds, and those are going to be defined on like their styles, whether that's going to be an aggressive style deck, a defensive style deck, a balance of each, or whatever. And then you'll be able to create your own special cards. Drop in your pictures and put in your text and all that stuff. You'll be able to do that, and yeah, you'll be able to generate your character sheets and all that. That will exist, just not at the release, and probably not for a while.
Yeah, like my kids have Soul Calibur 6, and Soul Calibur 6 has the ability to create your own fighting guy based on a series of moves. And so one of my oldest one's got a character named Cylinder. It's just a big cylinder, and it has a list of moves, but it's a cylinder. So it's kind of the same thing. You can customize your own posse. They're going to have, and the reason for that is because we want to maintain the balance of the game. We don't want somebody coming in and creating a world-beating posse that just has maxed out everything. 6 dudes with 40 hit points apiece. We want to make sure it's fun.
Well, look, I mean, there's two questions potentially being asked here, and if the question is, will you be able to take pre-existing pieces, mini figures, and put together your own posse? Yes, that will happen. If the question is, can I make my own characters with their own powers and their own hit points and all that? The answer is also yes. And this kind of harkens back to call up another tabletop game, because we are gamers, BattleTech. How many of us, in our days of being 12, we're like, I'm gonna make an amazing man. You're gonna have a billion circles all over it.
I didn't even use the heat sinks.
Yeah,
I was like, I just used them. How many? Okay.
Unlimited, sure, why not? Yes, if you want to create, an unstoppable God mode character or whatever, we're not gonna. Yeah, you could do it. You're not going to have a good time. Nobody's going to like you. It's not going to be canon. It's not going to be adopted into the High Noon universe. But it will be made possible, just not right away.
So a Facebook user says, I want to be a Bandero Blonde.
A Blondero Blonde.
Oh.
Not sure what a Blondero Blonde is.
I like it.
Okay.
That's me.
Another user said, you hinted that the blondes have an elevation advantage. Can you hint at the multi-level play effects?
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah, so the elevation is marked in blue. It's a new color on the map. It's marked in blue. And elevation ignores cover, any cover on either side. And it also adds +1 to your defense and +1 to your attack.
Yeah, so what cover is a big thing in High Noon. When you're playing, against another posse, and you go to attack somebody, you have to pay attention if they're behind cover about how that affects your attack. It significantly influences your action plans in terms of maneuver. So if you're coming into maneuver to attack somebody and they can get to cover, if they can put cover between you and them before you can get online with them, your card attacks get cut in half. Now, for anybody in like the Bandero Blondes who can take advantage of cover, that's a huge force multiplier, because specifically the Bandero Blonde that has the sniper rifle can stun anyone on the board. And so if she plays the headshot card, you can't move, you can't do anything. You're basically a gold farm. Anybody who wants to do damage on you is gonna collect gold, and that significantly impacts the outcome of the game. So when a character like one of the Bandero Blondes takes the high ground, everybody on the board takes notice. And that's another thing to do with the tournament map. See, these are the kinds of things that when it comes to tournament, these are nuances that really become important, because somebody that gets to the high ground controls the battle space just like a sniper on an Overwatch position does. You don't have to have a posse that has massive hit points, because you can fix your enemy by putting somebody in on the high ground. And so these are the ways that you'll see, and trust me, you'll see all of you backers who back the all-in pledge. I can't wait for you to see what I'm talking about. You can put somebody in the high ground and control the board, give you freedom of movement, stop people who may interdict you, and be able to get to loot crates, get around, outmaneuver posses because they can't move, take posses out because they have a character.
And we've been talking about snipers, but if you imagine Pine Box Priest with a telescopic scope on a mountain range, just up. You call him the pillbox priest at that point,
right?
Because he's literally he's got unlimited range, unlimited angle, and he's just running through his cards, just and you're gonna have to storm that mountain to get to him. It's devastating. Elevation is a devastating game changer.
Yeah, so that's the other thing with High Noon. All the standard rules of war apply. If you control the high ground, you control the space. If you can maneuver, you can outmaneuver, you can outflank your enemy. These are small unit tactics things. Scott Genovese says, "Okay, Scott, we'll let you know."
All right. I admire your enthusiasm.
Rob Wood, I'm back. Lost power, so went to bed. Back up, checking back in. We're still here, Rob.
We're here, Rob. We're here for you.
Your Facebook user says your posse would have to have a certain amount of hit points, etc., which are up to you to distribute onto the characters. That was the idea. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. You got it.
Can you talk about the blondes more? I haven't heard much about them. Sure. So the Bandera blondes are they're a posse meant to kind of they're the posse with the widest range of ammunition types. You've got 2 shotgunners, a rifleman sniper, and a dual pistolier. The Bandera blondes are a group of beautiful women who are scorned from abuse of the patriarchy, if you will, and they're out there making widows all across the land. The thing about them, they're not they're deceptively complicated, because people see them and go, oh, I got shotguns, I got a rifle, I got a dual pistol. These are all badasses. There's nothing that can stop me. What they don't realize is that the Bandera blondes are some of the weakest in terms of hit points, and they start in the back of their bordello. So it takes them a while to get into the fight. It takes them a bit to get into the fight. And if you put a Bandera blonde out alone, a cornered bordello blonde will not last long in the fight.
Now, one of the other things that the Bandera blondes bring to the table is the first drip of the Weird West. Mm-hmm. So one of their cards is "You Wouldn't Hurt a Lady," and she instantly negates the attack. So somebody comes together with this really impressive, they've done all this maneuvering to bring them in range of the Bandera blondes, and this is their moment. No, you wouldn't hurt a lady.
You wouldn't hurt a lady.
Yeah.
Wink, wink, heart.
And destroys their action plan. Another thing that they have is something called the gift. And what the gift does, and this is one of the things that we talked about with RPG, you basically, the table counts by Mississippi, while the person who's controlling the Bandera blondes rifles through your cards to see what your plans are. And the idea is that this Bandera blonde has the ability to see into the future. And so she's using the gift to look at your cards and divine what your action plan was, because she can see
every possible outcome.
She can see what you have in your deck, and if you've been building your deck for an attack or a defense or some other play, she'll be able to see that. It's devastating. I was playing against the Bandera blondes with Rogers, and Okay, let me pause. Nick is saying, I have to go to bed somewhat early. Is there any chance you can jot down what time in the stream you do the expansion gameplay and post on the fan page so I can go back to watch?
Yeah, we can. I don't know. So it's difficult because this is the second broadcast. We broke up the broadcast, so I don't know if we can. I mean, that's so crazy, man.
Yeah, we'll figure it out, Nick. I mean, we'll try to get it to you. And in any case, I'm pretty positive this is all being recorded, so we can trim it and send it to you so you can see it. You have facts, right? I was playing with them against them with Rogers, and basically I had spent all this time maneuvering and mining my cards deck so that I could perform this action on them. And in 2 moves, I got played the gift and you wouldn't hurt the lady. I used up my actions, and so now I was exposed. I couldn't do anything, and then in the very next turn I got stunned. So I got left out in the cold. And what's amazing is it's precisely what we were looking for. The Bandero Blondes are cunning, and they are very good at neutralizing your attacks. They don't fight you force on force, but they will completely neutralize. You can come to them with all the force and bluster in your mind, and they'll just take all the wind out of your sails. So that's that. They're very good at that. And the funny thing is that the deck plays that way. That's how they play on the board. So somebody who is able to manage their fragility, I'm going to say fragility, but their weaknesses, they have massive strengths if you don't try to use them as a Brewster squad.
And the gift is the full table. She doesn't choose a player to do it to. Like, she gets to see everybody's hand for 5 Mississippis, and we did it that way. We did it 5 Mississippis so that it kind of encourages and forces people at the table to get involved, to get vocal, because that drives the experience.
Yeah, we can start to set up the.
Sure.
Oh, best regards from Germany from our translator. Excellent. He's here. Welcome. He needs to go to bed now. Good luck for the next hours. We'll be on again tomorrow morning. Thanks for answering my question about individual posse. Good night.
Prost, my friend. What has been everyone's favorite gang so far in development phase? I'm really looking forward to playing Los Hermanos.
Well, I'll tell you mine. It's a toss-up because I actually like the You go first.
I didn't think that I would enjoy. Well, High Noon says it's time for a giveaway. So,
well, shut up.
Well, yeah. We'll answer that question. We'll put a pin in that and answer that question later. Though we can't hear anything, so I don't know what's happening.
No, we'll wait for them to take the screen. Okay.
Game, and you guys can set up. Okay.
Okay, we'll get the expansion, guys. Nick, you get your chance. We're gonna go put together the expansions, upper tier, all in pledge play, so that you can see what's up. All right. Thank you, guys. Oh.